Good morning. Good morning. We will go ahead and get started. Thank y'all so much for being here. I am Jared Evans. I am privileged to serve as a voting rights attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, the nation's oldest and foremost civil rights law organization. Welcome to We the Students, Education as a Pathway to Democracy, a celebration of the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, the case that not only declared separate but equal doctrine unconstitutional, but in the process changed America. Our Associate Director Counsel will provide formal greetings, but before I turn the podium over to her, there are just two quick announcements that I'd like to share. Out of respect for our speakers and panelists who have traveled from across the country and given their time and their talents to be with us today, please ensure that your phones are placed on vibrate and all alarms and reminders are turned off. Second, please feel free to post and record and tweet and hashtag and share today's discussion. We just ask that you please tag us at NAACP_LDF on Twitter and Instagram, and please use hashtag Brown@70. Finally, please join us this evening upon the conclusion of today's program for a reception right here in this space. That is it for me. It is now my great honor to introduce the Associate Director Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, Tona Boyd.
Good afternoon, everybody. As Jared said, my name is Tona Boyd, and I am the Associate Director Counsel at the Legal Defense Fund, and it is my distinct honor to welcome you to our event today, We the Students, Education as a Pathway to Democracy. As Jared shared, today marks our third and final event this year to commemorate, to celebrate, and to reflect on the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, that landmark Supreme Court decision that ended legal racial apartheid in this country. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge and thank our sponsors and hosts, particularly the Morehouse College Office of the Provost and the Morehouse freshman and senior classes. I want to extend a special thank you to the Provost, Dr. Kendrick Brown, to Professor Ilya Davis, and to the Morehouse-Spelman Pre-Law Society and all of the students that helped make this possible. I also want to shout out our LDF staff, and that includes our Brown at 70 working group, as well as the Black Voters on the Rise team. They worked really hard to bring us together at this pivotal moment. So we are here today to celebrate, to reflect, and to prepare ourselves for the important work of protecting democracy through its most important levers and channels, education and political participation. There is no doubt that the Supreme Court's unanimous decision in Brown changed the course of our history. It struck down the invidious separate but equal doctrine that for too long relegated Black people to second-class citizenship in this country, and it stained the founding promise of equality. The road to Brown was the result of decades-long efforts led by Thurgood Marshall, LDF's founder and the first Black Supreme Court justice. And the decision and its work required the efforts of some of the nation's sharpest legal minds, including Constance Baker Motley and Jack Greenberg. And after Brown was decided, it took years of additional litigation, advocacy, and community engagement to implement Brown's command to open the doors of educational opportunity for all children, and especially Black children. Now, while we've made a tremendous amount of progress, there is still so much more to do to fully realize Brown's promise. And as we reflect on the 70 years since Brown was decided and consider its meaning within the current context, it is more important than ever to also consider what Brown and what access to equal opportunities to education really means for our democracy. A key part of Brown's holding uplifted the fact that education is a central tenet of creating an informed citizenry. and it must be made equally available to all children, no matter of their race. Equal access to education forms the foundation of our democracy. And that's exactly what we'll be discussing today during this afternoon's program. Now, throughout the day, we have sessions planned with members of school boards from across Georgia, with HBCU leaders from throughout the South, with LDF's very own President and Director Counsel, Janae Nelson. We've brought together committed advocates and scholars and historians, each of whom will discuss the connection between Brown's promise and legacy and the work we're actively engaged in to advance and protect and build Black political power. These conversations could not be coming at a more important time or happening in a more important place. In less than a month, Black voters in Georgia will play an important role in determining the future of our democracy. And the point that I'm making is not about partisanship, but about participation. Black voters drove almost half of the growth of the electorate in Georgia between 2000 and 2020, and that's according to the Pew Research Center. Over 40 million young people are eligible to vote this year, including 8 million voters who have turned 18 since the 2022 midterm elections. That's why LDF's Black Voters on the Rise team, or B-Voter, have been focused on combating all of the efforts we've seen to disenfranchise voters across the South, including right here in Georgia. You'll hear from B-Voter members who will be participating in panels and hosting a volunteer voter protection training session tomorrow. They have been deeply engaged in advocacy to block efforts by the Georgia State Elections Board to restrict voting access. Our litigators are taking action in both federal and state courts to stop the illegal removal of voters from voter registration rolls. And we've sued to extend the voter registration deadline in the wake of the destruction wrought by recent hurricanes. We're also working hand in hand with organizers, with volunteers, with lawyers in Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas in order to empower voters and in order to protect access to the ballot. This is the work that it takes and the work that we are proud to do to protect our democracy. As Thurgood Marshall famously said, "This is your democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on." But that work must also coincide with our fight to ensure that Black students, Indigenous students, other students of color, LGBTQ+ students, and students with disabilities have equal access to a truthful, accurate, and inclusive quality education. We are gathered here in this special place, the King Chapel, which is a home base for those who are furthering the work of peace and justice in the tradition of Dr. King. And in this room, we are surrounded by the portraits of heroes of that movement. And we're here because of the work of the courageous, strategic, and brilliant lawyers and clients who were willing to put their livelihoods and lives on the line so that we could all reap the benefits and the legacy of Brown. So I look forward to the ways in which today's gathering will bring us closer to realizing the true promise of Brown and the dream of Dr. King, to build a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy where dignity is sacred, where power is shared, and where thriving is the standard. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Jared.
Thank you so much, Tona. I'm very excited now to introduce our opening conversation. Demetrius Dove currently serves as the president of the Georgia Association of Educators, Aspiring Educators, and is an aspiring educator representative on the National Education Association Board of Directors. He is pursuing a Bachelor of Education degree in elementary education here at Clark Atlanta University, where he is a matriculating senior. Joining Demetrius in conversation is a very special guest, Noah DeBarrasso, who is a social media activist and influencer who has truly taken the country by storm. His activism journey began in 2022 when he met Stacey Abrams, which ignited his passion for activism and social change. Recently, he went viral for a sharp exchange with Mike Lindell at the Democratic National Convention, a moment that even made it to NBC's Late Night with Seth Meyers and earned him a spot on The Breakfast Club. Please welcome Demetrius and Noah.
Thank you so much for that introduction. And yes, I was first introduced to Noah on social media. I was scrolling through TikTok and I saw that exchange and I was like, wow, this is such an amazing young brother. So it's great to be with you here today. And we'll start off with this first question. What does the Brown versus Board of Education decision mean to you?
I mean, it means this building right here. I mean, this building would simply not be possible without that decision. And I'm grateful for our country, our nation, and the progress that has been made to make such thing possible.
That's great. And for me, the Brown versus Board decision was such an amazing stride, not only in justice for Black folks, but in education justice, period. But it also, for me now, serves as a mirror that we can use to look at and reflect on everything else that needs to still be done in the fact that we are still facing segregation in schools through property taxes and things of that nature. But it was such an amazing stride and still stands today in that way. So we'll move on to the second question. In your mind, what is the link between education and democracy?
I like that question. I think without education, there will be no democracy, simply because if you vote uninformed, then you're going to end up with the politician that you voted for. And you're going to be, oh, I didn't read that about him. Oh, he's a felon? What? And you're going to read up on him, and he's going to do horrible in the state legislature. And it's simply not a functioning democracy if the voters aren't educated.
100%. Because education really does serve as the foundation for any democracy. And so that brings us to our next question. With education being so profound, especially in a moment right now, can you just share a little bit more on why young people should get engaged and really why young people should care about democracy?
Yeah, for sure. So we're in a HBCU, and the Biden-Harris administration invested $18 billion into HBCUs. There's many administrations and many candidates running promising HBCU investments, but it's up to you to research who's actually going to commit to that. It's up to you to research who's actually saying that, not just for votes, but because they come from an HBCU that lacks that lacks funding that's critically needed, and they have to understand that. Not, let's say, a billionaire who's running to get his name clean, probably not going to invest so much, right? So it's all about research, like you said in the first question.
And this is our future that we're talking about. So can you just share a few ways that young people can get involved?
For sure. Register to vote. I mean, the deadline is already passed for this election, but there's going to be many, many more. Early voting is open today. So as soon as you're done with this, y'all can go and early vote, and you should, and you have to. There's tomorrow, and then of course there's November 5th. So you have many opportunities to go and vote. And I need you to take them because it's really important. You too. I need everyone here to go and vote.
I will. And for me, as an education student, as an educator, as an education activist, those are the key issues for me that really stand out in this election. Funding of public education, the fully funding of IDEA, that's our Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. Those are the issues that really stand out to me the most. But what issues stand out to you the most as we come closer to Election Day?
Okay, so raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. It's been $7.25, $55 in Georgia. Let me see, expanding healthcare, and of course protecting our HBCU investments, which will go completely bye-bye if we do not elect the right candidate. Not only HBCU investments, but public school investments as well. There's plenty of policy issues to go around. But if we're not actually doing the research and electing the right candidate, then none of that's going to happen. In fact, the country will be ruined, not only our HBCUs, but the entire country if we don't do our research and elect the right guy.
And with you being so young and being so involved, can you share just a little bit about your involvement and how you get involved and engaged in politics without being able to vote, and how others that are in your same position can do the same?
So I found a legal way, a very legal way to make sure people are voting for the people I tell them to vote for. So if you're an adult, you can't go with like your brother to go to the polls. You can't look at his voting machine, but I can, and I can go in there with them to make sure they're actually voting for the right people. But if you're not underage, then I would just suggest that you're encouraging your friends to vote for the right people, even though you can't actually directly look at their voting decisions. But other than that, I do a lot of research.
And just how important is doing that research for young people who aren't able to vote? How important is that?
Yeah. So young people who aren't able to vote, that's right. Yeah. So to everyone here, tell your brothers, your cousins, your sisters, your underage family members to get their parents involved, and their parents involved, register their uncles and aunties on the other side of the family to go and vote, because they matter too, and they're going to be most affected. And most likely by 2028, they'll be voting to reelect or elect someone new. So I think they're going to be most affected, and they need to act like it.
And this kind of gets into your sphere of activism. In your opinion, what effect does social media and content creation have on the way people look at politics?
Oh, yeah. So if you get dunked on for saying you're going to vote for X person, and so you're like, okay, so why can't I vote for this person? Then they pull the receipts on what they've done in their past and what policies they do and don't support that they say they support on the website. And I think social media is a great live fact checker that you can't quite do in person because you have to Google it on your phone and look it up. And so it's much easier if you can go on Twitter, post something, say, should I vote for this person? And then pull it up, and there it is.
And what about political participation inspires you? What do you gain from it? What do you look forward to by participating in politics and things of that nature?
Yeah, I look forward to everyone in this room going into early vote today, tomorrow, next day, when they go to church, after church. I look forward to these folks going into the voting place and voting for their best interests, HBCU investments or public school investments, clean water investments, grants for HBCUs. I look forward to them voting for their best interests, and then in return, I get some cool stuff like a $15 an hour minimum wage or 3 million new public housing units or stuff like that, especially from down ballot candidates.
And do you have any political aspirations or anything that you would like to do in the future in the realm of politics and just further activism and involvement?
How about this? If everyone in this room goes and vote, I might have a future in it. If everyone in this room, it takes everyone here to go and vote, and I got you.
All right.
All right.
Yes. And so I would say for me, this involvement, especially in this election, really is everything. Because we do want to ensure that there is a future for you to go into, a positive future where there won't be so many barriers that still have to be broken down and new barriers erected if we don't, like you said, elect the correct person to, break down these barriers and break down these walls. So is there anything else that you would like to share? Any words that you would like to leave?
Yeah.
With folks?
Young folks, go to iwillvote.com to find your polling place. Find when you can vote. It's most likely sometime this week. Look at your polling place. If you're from out of state, do an absentee ballot. Trust me, it's safe. It works. It's going to be great. And just go out and vote because it's this week, and it just so happens to be this week. So I need y'all to go out and vote. I want y'all to be shaking your heads like this. I'm going to go and vote, y'all. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much. And we'll turn it back over to Jared. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we please hear it again for Demetrius and Noah? Thank you. All right. We will now have a presentation on Black educators from three of the nation's leading experts on this subject. Stacy Hill and Antoine Stroman are Philadelphia school teachers, and Dr. Keisha Moore is the research manager at the Legal Defense Fund's Thurgood Marshall Institute. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Keisha Moore. I am the research manager at the Thurgood Marshall Institute. And the Thurgood Marshall Institute is a multidisciplinary social science research center. We are a part of the Legal Defense Fund. And we know that Thurgood Marshall understood that in order to address anti-Blackness and to attack systemic racism, we have to use an interdisciplinary approach. And that's what we do at TMI. So while LDF is well known for its outstanding legal advocacy, TMI supports the work of LDF through original research, through public education, through non-legal advocacy, as well as by preserving our civil rights history, which is known in our renowned archives. And you'll learn a little bit more about the archives later on today. So I am happy to share with you and announce our recent upcoming report on Black educators as essential workers of educational equity. So unfortunately, the backlash to the Supreme Court's mandate to desegregate public schools with all deliberate speed led to massive dismissals and demotions of Black educators who taught in the segregated public school system. Now, this removal of Black educators from public schools undermine the values and principles of school desegregation articulated in the Brown decision, and it also continues to negatively impact the educational opportunities of students today. The Legal Defense Fund continues to advocate for the inclusion of Black educators as an important component of school desegregation. And we advocate for the inclusion of Black educators. However, we recognize that given the limited pipelines for Black educators, the lack of mentorship and support for Black educators, and the institutional racism that is often embedded in public schools, that this can create a hostile environment for many Black educators. And so as a result of these factors, many Black and non-Black students are denied the opportunity to learn from our Black teachers. Now, research shows that Black educators provide a significant benefit to both Black and non-Black students in fostering supportive environments where not only students can learn, but they can thrive. And so you see that having a Black educator is shown to help students to be able to stay more engaged in the classroom, to succeed academically. There's research that connects Black educators to students being able, Black students being able to go to college, to graduate from high school and do these aspirations, as well as the importance of Black educators in encouraging non-Black students to understand what it means to think critically, to adopt perspectives that are different from your own. So it is really important to our public school system that we have Black educators. In our report, we actually talk about how Black educators create these key outcomes for their students. And so we understand that there's nothing magical about having brown skin that makes you a quality educator. However, the Black educators that we have interviewed and many more like them demonstrate a commitment to educational equity as a core part of their work. And because of that commitment, there are specific things that they do that other people can learn from and replicate so that we can build a system to ensure that all students have what they need to thrive in public schools. So before I share some of the recommendations of the report, I'd like to bring to stage two exemplary Black educators from the Philadelphia Public Schools District who've been working to ensure that all students have access to an inclusive and historically accurate curriculum. Now, these educators have partnered with TMI to pilot test our soon-to-be-released Brown curriculum. that enables students to investigate the lasting impact of the Brown decision and of desegregation efforts in the US on their lives and in their communities. So I am going to first invite Ms. Stacy Hill to come to the mic to share her reflections, and after that, we will have Mr. Antoine Stroman join us to share his reflection. Stacy, please.
Thank you, Keisha. And thank you for that introduction, calling me an expert, because I don't think I've ever been said to be an educational expert, but I'll carry that with me from here on out. So good morning. My name is Stacy Hill, and I teach in the School District of Philadelphia and Northeast High School. I am honored to be part of this experience to commemorate the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board and at the historic institution of Morehouse College. I am now in my 23rd year of teaching history and social studies, and in those years, having officially and unofficially taught African American studies. Each year, fewer and fewer students can recall any knowledge of the Brown versus Board of Education decision and its impact on society. For that reason, and other lapses in their ancestral memories, is why I have chosen to begin my instruction each year with the Civil Rights Movement. Teaching Brown versus Board as a case that reversed Plessy versus Ferguson and subsequently became the catalyst for the Civil Rights Movement has become key in teaching the significance of advocacy, self-determination, and the importance of the African American experience to the global community. Learning about Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley and their years of commitment to combating segregation in U.S. communities has taught my children the meaning of Black educational excellence. Learning that Brown versus Board gave way to activism like the Children's March in Birmingham, Alabama, has taught them that despite their age, they have the power to change the world. Understanding that they are able to sit in integrated classrooms next to people from all over the world in an urban center is a demonstration to the legacy of Brown versus Board. These realities, These learnings, understandings, and realities create a sense of responsibility that my students must fulfill in advocating for social justice in their local and global communities. Teaching Brown versus Board and its legacy in my school is teaching the lesson of civil rights action to the world. We are a school of 3,500 students with the largest international population in the city. Over 10 nations are represented in each of my classes. The lessons of Brown versus Board have been received as a universal message. Wherever there is injustice, it is necessary for people to use the tools of experience and education to fight against that injustice. Brown versus Board and the Civil Rights Movement taught me that it's only right as an educator that benefits from the legacy that I do the same. I would like to say thank you to the Legal Defense Fund and the Thurgood Marshall Institute for creating and releasing the curriculum. Since there are so many curriculums where the information is absent, on behalf of my students, I thank you for keeping them in mind as you move forward in your endeavors. It is a necessary thing as we continue in our fight for local, national, and global justice. Thank you.
All right, good. Can you hear me? All right, good afternoon. I'm Antoine Stroman. I'm also from the School District of Philadelphia. I'm a Philly boy, born and raised. I'm a teacher at Bodine High School for International Affairs. So it's, I teach a very diverse group of students, and I'll talk a little bit about how that connects to the curriculum. In addition to these things, my favorite hat is I'm a dad. I got 2 kids. They're a little ghetto, but I love them. So somebody shout out to them. And also respect to the house. I'm a Lincoln University of PA, so HBCU grad in the house. Yeah, so much of my instructional view harbors on, I call myself a cultural preservationist, right? Everything about me, I like to preserve the culture in every way, shape, and form that I can. And my academic and educational philosophy kind of centers upon that. And what I like most, one of the things I like about this curriculum is that it provides that. Now, when I teach Brown, typically, I teach it in 3 phases. There's the lead up. My kids will already know about Jim Crow, and what was going on during the civil rights movement at that time. There's the case itself, and then there's what happens after, the aftermath, right? And one of the first things that stuck out to me about this curriculum is how contextual it is. Context is my favorite word as a history teacher. Don't just tell me what happened. Tell me why it happened. Tell me what led up to it and why what happened is so impactful, right? And this curriculum really dives deep into it. As I was looking through each one in the PDFs, went down the rabbit hole. Now I'm researching other things. I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, right? So it almost becomes overwhelming, which is a good problem to have as a teacher. We already don't have enough time as it is to teach Black history. Really, it should be like a 3-year course, but that's besides the point. For me, it's the second unit. It has like a greater appeal to me, as I teach high school kids. I teach 10th and 12th grade Black history and also teach a philosophy course. And one of the things that kind of that worked for me was having them look at the psychological impacts. There's a deep dive on the psychological implications of segregation and how it impacts people. And what I like to do is I always like to teach kids and I like to let them see the contemporary impact of things. So I have a little personal philosophy that I tell myself when I'm writing curriculum. I also, by the way, write curriculum too. So one of the things I think about is we're not going to teach this in a straight line. We're going to teach this in a circle. You need to see how everything connects to everything. You need to see how something like Brown and the psychological impacts that they found on Black girls, which ultimately altered much of the flow of the case, you need to see how that impacts you. And that turns into, we got to shut the class down and have a whole discussion about this, because now kids are pointing fingers at administration. They got their tiki torches and my principal is calling me. You know what I'm saying? So things like that. I think it's super thorough. And one of the things that, if I can just add a little something, one thing I definitely want to see, I would love to see added to this curriculum is the impact, and Ms. Moore, you mentioned it here, how it impacted teachers and principals going forward. As a Black male educator in America, I'm a part of 2% of the entire thing. And I think it's even down now to like 1 point something, right? So it's getting wild out here, right? And so this is something that you can point back to the decision of Brown, right? And we can also look and explore ways to try to fix this or to try to go forward. And I love the voting piece, because what we're doing politically is so important to where we are. And ultimately, I just feel like representation matters, and making these connections are things that I think, that this does a really, really good job on. All right. Good day.
Thank you so much, Stacy and Antoine, for sharing your reflections and suggestions for the curriculum with us. And as you can see, Stacy and Antoine are just 2 of the many examples of Black educators who do this outstanding, important work of increasing student access, improving school climate, expanding achievement and outcomes for all students. And often they do this work that promotes educational equity, often without any extra pay, and sometimes, many times, too many times, at the cost of their personal and sometimes professional experiences. So in our TMI report, we actually amplify the voices of Black educators to propose community-centered solutions that should be integrated into education policy. Now, I know following this conversation, we're going to hear from people around school boards and how important school boards are in setting educational policy. And so I'd like to share some of the insights from our research that can help school boards in creating policies to improve student outcomes, to enhance school climate, and to prepare future generations for a more just and inclusive society. So here are listed at a very high level 4 of our policy recommendations. The first is to generate education policy that, instead of focusing on school discipline, focuses on supportive models for students, right? So the Black educators in our study gave us countless examples of how school leaders, both principals and teachers, have inappropriately framed the material, social, and emotional needs of Black students as discipline problems. These were not discipline problems, and the Black educators often witnessed this racially biased punishment system at work in their various schools. So they talked about how important it is that we identify the attempts that students are making to attempt to cope with the trauma that they are experiencing, whether that be racially disparate trauma from the impact of the COVID pandemic or racially disparate trauma from the impact of various police killings of Black people. That students are themselves dealing with trauma, and what we need are trained counselors in trauma-informed education services, not cops, and not suspensions and expulsions. The second policy that our educators talked about was the importance of recognizing and rewarding the educators who do this important work of promoting equity, right? Again, often at their own personal cost, often in addition to what may be put in their curriculum. And so what we know is that pay matters, right? People don't spend a lot of money going to school to not get paid. And yet teaching is one of the lowest paying professions of college degrees. So in 15 out of the 19 largest metro areas in the US, the rental cost for a 1-bedroom apartment is more than 30% of the salary of a new teacher with a BA. And so we call that house burden, right? And so many teachers cannot even afford to live in a 1-bedroom apartment in the school districts in which they teach. And even within this grossly underpaid, very important profession of teaching, Black educators still systematically earn less. So all else being equal, Black teachers' hourly wages were nearly 1% lower than those of their peers. Thirdly, we need to provide resources and opportunities for those educators who are focused on equity. So every Black educator in our study that we interviewed talked about how important it is to do what Antoine said, to expand the pool of Black teachers, Black men and Black women. And in order to do that, what we actually have to do is to develop more opportunities for alternative routes to enter the education system. So as Demetrius said, he's graduating, in education, and there are many scholars who already know I want to teach, but there are a lot more people who enter education in their second career. And we can create pathways to create more opportunities for Black educators to enter through this way and then to be mentored and able to move up in the education ranks. So the expansion of Black educators in school relies not only on attracting them, but also on retaining them. And we understand that school administration is critically important for teacher retention, especially for Black teachers, for new teachers, for teachers who teach in low-income school districts, for teachers who teach in rural communities. So we encourage education policy makers to work with school administrators to develop these critical programs. And finally, we need to protect all educators who are committed to equity-focused education. At this time when we have anti-truth policies, book bans going on, and anti-DEI, those policies have the impact of targeting the teachers who are doing exactly the kind of work that we know is necessary to create a quality public education school. So if you want to see a full copy of the report, I encourage you to take out your phones and you can order an advance copy free. It'll be on us. We will mail it to you of the report. But in closing, I want to say that in order to realize the promises of Brown, every one of us must commit to ending segregation and to ensuring equitable access to quality education. As LDF continues to do our important work to protect the rights and dignity of Black students and to ensure that all students and faculty have the resources that they need to thrive in a multiracial, multi-ethnic democracy. And just as LDF has fought against the legal racial segregation in public schools, we remain committed to advancing the full vision of the Brown decision. This vision of an inclusive, equal, high-quality public education system is not just a goal, but it is a responsibility that all of us share in. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moore and Ms. Hill and Mr. Stroman for this timely report and for sharing your reflections. I just want to briefly go over what the remainder of the day will look like before we begin our next panel. We are about to have an hour discussion on school boards, one on 101. There is a QR code for this session. Following that, we will take a brief break, and then we will have a conversation with our president and director council and other HBCU leaders from across the country. There will be audience Q&A, and then finally we will have a panel on misinformation, disinformation, anti-truth, and election protection, and there will also be a QR code for that panel. So at this time, I would like to call up our panelists for our conversations on school boards. First is Shivy Brooks. Mr. Brooks is the first active teacher elected to the Atlanta Board of Education in Atlanta Public Schools' 150-year history, where he currently serves as the District 7 at-large member. He is the founder of Teachers for Good Trouble and the Bryce Brooks Foundation, and is active with numerous community and civic organizations, including the Working Families Legislative Caucus, the Georgia NAACP, the People's Uprising, and Respect Institute of Georgia. Next is Denise Forte. Ms. Forte is the president and CEO at the Education Trust, a network of state-based organizations that work to close the gap in opportunity and achievement for historically underserved students. Named one of Washingtonians' 500 most influential people 2 years running, she is one of the country's leading voices on education equity. Prior to Ed Trust, Denise was a senior fellow and director of public affairs for the Century Foundation, a progressive think tank. Her lifetime of public service includes 20 years in senior congressional staff roles on Capitol Hill and a stint in the executive branch. We are also delighted to be joined by Dr. Terase Johnson Morgan, who joined the Gwinnett County School Board in January of 2021. Dr. Terase is an educational leader, entrepreneur, and teacher. She is a diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice professional who is passionate about ethnic and global education and dedicated to multicultural and multilingual learning. Finally, we have our own Raleigh Hayes, who serves as a community organizer at LDF. He is co-founder of Organizing Black, a grassroots membership-led organization dedicated to fighting for the liberation of all Black people. Raleigh has a depth of experience in leading and supporting local, state, national, and international grassroots campaigns, and has also led campaigns to end the school-to-prison pipeline and increase school funding in his native state of Maryland. Moderating this discussion will be Mr. Joshua Gandy, who is a senior political science and government major here at Morehouse. Joshua also serves as the president of the Morehouse-Spelman Pre-Law Society, our co-host for today's convening. I will turn it over to you, Joshua.
It's nice meeting all of you today. I'm so excited to have this conversation with you all about your school boards and your respective positions. As a student who's interested in education policy, I am interested to see, your all's thoughts on the questions that we will have for today. So we're gonna get right into it. For my first question, so the landmark decision in Brown v. Board of Education not only desegregated schools, but also emphasized the importance of education in shaping an active, informed citizenship. And while we often discuss and debate the decisions that are made at the classroom level, Many people are unaware of the breadth of decision-making power that school boards can have. So, Mr. Shivi and Dr. Therese, can you please explain the importance of school boards and what you do as a school board member on the Atlanta Public School Board and Gwinnett County Public School Board, respectively?
Thank you for this opportunity. So the importance of school board, there are really critical roles for us as elected officials. We are supposed to engage with our community members, listen to students, listen to teachers, listen to parents. We talk to our educational support professionals, our school leadership administration, and we understand their needs. We as school board leaders are the bridge to engaging with our community and ensuring that our school system enacts policies that can meet the needs of the expressed concerns of our community. We also ensure that our schools are fully funded. That is a challenge on many levels, especially now, but fully funding our public schools is as critical. And so as school board members, this is a foundation for the public school system and supporting the needs of all of our students. We also ensure that our students are achieving academically, socially, and emotionally. So those are just some of the things. I think the other question was the role of the school board, right? And so the role of the school board, I would say 4 things. One is we create policy. I just shared with y'all how we create policy by engaging community members. 2, we set the budget. We manage the budget, we approve the budget. 3, we hire the superintendent, we work with the superintendent, we hold the superintendent accountable to the successful implementations of the policies created by the board in collaboration with the school system. And number 4 is continuously engaging with the community members, because we are elected by the people and we are supposed to be for the people. And that means being out in the community and courageously, unapologetically advocating for those needs. And in these times, it could be quite challenging. But being a school board member nowadays is very different than it was before. Being a Black woman on a school board is very different than it was before. And being a progressive, I'm gonna say that very clearly, being a progressive, authentic school board member that is not about status quo, that is butting against status quo, that is challenging status quo, that is rocking the boat. Even people who look like us can come against us and try to remove us and work against us to try to say that we need to go because we're rocking the boat too much. Rock the boat. Be courageous advocates. Because we are not here for the politics. We are not here for status quo to maintain, and anybody who's a status quo leader in education today need to get unelected. So y'all work for that and make sure we have people who are not status quo school board members, but who are truly, courageously, authentically fighting for the people, fighting for educational equity, and fighting for educational justice.
I knew better than to allow her to speak before me, and I did it anyway. Thank you, Dr. Therese, for that. My name is Alfred Shibby Brooks. I am a member of the Atlanta Public School Board. I am the last person to be elected onto the Atlanta Public School Board. I was elected in December of last year and sworn in January. I have the privilege of serving as the first active teacher to ever serve on the Atlanta Public School Board in 150 years. I left my classroom and was a little tardy to get here, and luckily we were on CP time anyway, so it was all right. I teach at Charles Drew High School in Clayton County. I teach this semester, I'm teaching ethnic studies, but I also teach economics, personal finance, and government as well. Dr. Therese hit on operationally, like what are the roles of a school board member? And essentially it just breaks down to a few things, right? Our job is to monitor and approve the budget for the school district. Our job is to hire and manage and or fire the superintendent. And then sometimes there's a caveat, and maybe you have like a general counsel, a lawyer, or someone like that who is also accountable to the school board as well. But essentially, those are the roles for the school board on its face, on its surface. But I really want to grab the attention of everyone. And I look around this room, it looks very similar to my class. Some of us might be scrolling right now. Some of us might be responding to a message. And I don't take it personal, but I don't want us to miss how important this particular topic is. Because I believe when it comes to school boards, this is one of the most overlooked political fields in politics, period. We look at it as if like, it's just school board. And I'd hate to tell you all, the high rates of people when voting on a ballot who drop off before they even get down to the school board side to vote for it. In my case, I have a very unique situation where the Atlanta Public School Board decided to stagger their seats. So odd number seats ran last year, and then even number seats will be running next year, which means every board seat is not up for election at the same time. Well, the benefit to that is last year, I was the only thing on the ballot. That's a good thing and that's a bad thing, right? Because what do y'all think happened to turnout? Very low. But the truth is that the turnout was most low in the predominantly white areas in Atlanta, which is indicative of what? Who's not actually using the system, who is actually using the system. We have voting precincts in Buckhead with like 4 people showing up, literally. And I'm bringing that up because this is why school boards matter. When you're paying your property taxes, and property taxes we talked a lot about, I've heard affordability come up many times, but property taxes have a big influence on the affordability of living in a neighborhood, but it also has a lot to do with whether or not the value of your home increases or decreases, right? So if you live in an area where your neighborhood schools are being shut down on a regular basis, what do you think is going to happen to the value of your home? If you live in a neighborhood where state laws have created charters that have allowed us to concentrate a high number of charter schools, which have devalued and helped with the unenrollment of your traditional schools, what do you think is going to happen to your neighborhood? So we've allowed these things to propagate for decade over decade over decade. And right now we are realizing the harm done by having a blind eye to school districts. In Atlanta, 51% of your property tax goes towards the school board. 51. 23% goes towards the county, and some 26, and my math ain't really mathing right now, but something like 25, 26% then goes to the city. So the county has the smallest budget, and then you have the city, and then you have the school district, right? And so in Atlanta, what does that actually look like? We have a school district that spends $23,000 per student and spends $1.8 billion a year. Billion. But yet we have the highest wealth disparity gap in the entire country between blacks and whites. And we have the lowest opportunity gap for blacks and to realize upper mobility financially. It's 4%. 4%. So when we talk about what's the importance of our school boards, it's having an eye on making sure that we're having the proper investment in the neighborhoods that deserve it, making sure that we don't have wild disparities from one corner of town to another corner of town. It's making sure that your teachers are being paid a livable wage, because we have this conversation on a regular basis. I campaigned on getting Atlanta's teachers to $65,000 starting base salary when they were at 53 last year or something to that effect. We were able to move the teacher salary to $62,000 starting in Atlanta this year. Which makes Atlanta public school teachers some of the highest paid in the Southeast region. Gwinnett gave us something to chase, and now we're giving them problems. And so did others, right? And that is, I believe, indicative of having folks who are actually in the trenches advocating for specific things and being intentional about specific things, all right? So I just wanted to hit on that, and I hope I said things other than what you had to add. All right, thank you.
Thank you both for those responses. Mr. Brooks, I thought you made a great point about the voting turnout. I think people get too harped on, voting for, the president, which is all good, but there's other things that we have to vote on that affects us as Black people. So making sure that we go out to vote for the little things is definitely important. And Dr. Therese, I think you did a great job at talking about how if we enter these high positions, we have to do the work. Just because we elected a black person in the office doesn't mean that the work's going to happen. We have to hold them accountable still, regardless of what their skin color is. So I think it's definitely important for us to take notes from them. If you have aspirations to be in their position, definitely take notes and see what you want to do in the future. So moving on to our next question. Mr. Brooks, you sit on the Atlanta Board of Education. As we reflect on the 70th anniversary of Brown, which was a case brought against the Topeka Board of Education, how do you believe the decisions made at the city level can continue to influence equity and access in education? Additionally, can you share a specific example of how policies created by the Atlanta Board of Education have directly shaped outcomes for Atlanta students?
Yeah, this is an excellent question. On the year that we're celebrating the 75th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, we are also simultaneously celebrating the 100-year anniversary of Booker T. Washington High School here in Atlanta. And for those of you who are unaware of the history of Booker T. Washington, we're here in King Chapel. This was my chapel as a kid. My dad was a Morehouse man. I went to church here when Dean Carter was, I think he still is the pastor here, is he not? Yes. Dean Carter's gonna live forever. I swear, he's gonna live forever. My mom did the robes for the chapel back in the day and everything. But Dr. King was an alumni of Booker T. Washington High School. Booker T. Washington High School, I don't know if y'all know this, but Black men had the ability to vote in Atlanta before we had the ability to vote nationally. And with that power to vote, one of the first things that we did as an initiative here in the city was create the very first Black high school in east of the Mississippi, or something to that effect. So in the Southeast region, Washington High School was the first publicly funded high secondary institution for Black children. There's a lot of history here in this city around that. And so you look at even 100 years ago, that was the power of a school board to be able for Black people to create something for Black people at a time where there was nothing for Black people being created that was being publicly funded, right? In today's time, I look at the lopsided development that we've had in the city of Atlanta for the last 40 years, and I believe that that has had a major impact on the lopsided development that we've seen academically throughout the city as well. We've allowed ourselves to build subway stations and train stations in particular neighborhoods, but not build them in other neighborhoods. We've allowed ourselves to carve highways through neighborhoods to split them and cast them away for a long time, and that was intentional. Until the year 1972, you could not be a Black person or a Jewish person and buy a home in particular neighborhoods in the city of Atlanta until they changed the law. That was 1972. So within my parents' lifetime, right, there are many things that have had cyclical and ongoing effects on what we are seeing in this city. There's no reason why if you go to the southwest side of town, you can't get to a grocery store. But it is on purpose. My question and my response to us all is that because we know it, and because we're in a city like Atlanta where we have Black leadership across the board, are we being intentional about peeling back the layers of trauma and harm that has been done to the Black community? And what are we doing to build in Atlanta that will be more inclusive and that will make sure that we have upward mobility? Our task should not only be about, bringing down crime rates and all the things that, look, next year, that's all you're gonna hear. Crime rate, which has also been going down. But if you look at it, anywhere where you have the most thriving communities, you have thriving school systems. Anywhere you look around the United States where you have the highest average income, where you have the lowest crime rates, you will have the highest achievement when it comes to academics. My challenge to us all is to recognize education as the solution, as the antidote to many of the issues that we have, as opposed to looking to some of the more traditional things that we see being brought up on a constant.
Sure. Thank you for that. So moving on to our next question, Dr. Therese. County level school boards also carry a significant amount of decision-making power over local educational policies. In your view, what is the role of school boards in today's climate of attacks on curriculum, civically engaged students, and politically polarized elections?
Thank you. It's a very good question. And again, this culturally responsive education is critical. We saw some data today that was shared. I actually wrote some notes down around that. But essentially, culturally responsive education is a protective factor. And what does that mean? That means When we are specific around engaging the cultural needs of students, graduation rates are increased, student participation, student interest in the subject area, absenteeism is decreased, right? People are showing up in the classroom, they are engaging because of the cultural representation that's presented in this classroom. Representation matters, but the right representation is everything. So we always talk about looking at the numbers around Black teachers being in the classrooms. That is very important, and making sure we have the right Black educators who are teaching culturally specific education, who are teaching how we can also navigate in a global society. Multiculturalism as well, and learning how we can be proud of who we are as Black people, and understanding our history and understanding who we are, and knowing that there is so much power in knowing who we are and living out it unapologetically our identity, and our intersectional identity is also important for us to ensure that we continuously be proud of that. Many of us come from different areas. We are not a monolith as Black people. And so it's important that we be proud and embrace that intersectionality, but having that in the classroom and having teachers who can embrace that, who can reflect that mirror to the students, and ensuring that teachers are centering the voices of students in the classroom, centering their cultural needs. That is really important in order for us to ensure that we are engaging our students and improving our graduation rates. We also saw the data around academic achievement. Of course, if you're reducing absenteeism, if you're engaging and students are more interested, test scores increase. Graduation rates improve. Students go to college. Or they get a career in a field that they want, right? College may not be the answer for everyone. But that is so important for us to understand the power in knowing the data, and knowing that having culturally responsive education is critical. It's critical to our people. So when we know that as school board members, we look at where's our money, where are our resources? How are we investing in culturally responsive education to ensure that we have the right books, that we have the curriculum, that we are engaging in multicultural, multilingual learning for all of our students? We have to make sure that we have policies in place, that we have a performance evaluation with our superintendent that can also hold him or her accountable to culturally responsive education. And all of that takes courage today. Gwinnett County is changing, is shifting in its demographics. It used to be where predominantly white, suburban, people who stayed at home were running the school system. School board was all white. They could do whatever they wanted to do. And now we have a school board that is more diverse, and we have restrictions. Can't go into the schools without some permissions and going through a process. We are held to different standards. We are ridiculed and scrutinized, right? We are judged. All of a sudden, the school system is going to fail. All of a sudden, everything is going to go down the tubes because the school board has changed. So we're in this climate where even with the changing of the demographics in our community and our school board, it's hard. I can't express how this is so much more than just this physical space and creating policy, but this is a spiritual battle that requires school board members to take care of ourselves so that we can take care of the students, so that we can take care of the needs, because this work is heart work, is soul work, and is spirit work. And if we're not conscious around being intentional around meeting the needs, reducing discipline disparities, right? We see the data. What are we doing to hold accountable the system, to reduce, to eliminate the disproportionality? What are we doing around access and opportunities to AP classes? Why are all the AP classes in one area and they're not in another area? Why when you walk in one school, they have a really nice classroom and gyms and no trailers outside, and then you go to another area and there are trailers and the floor and carpets messed up and, ceilings leaking? Why? It is important for our school board leaders to continue to make sure that we are courageously taking care of ourselves so that we can take care of our students. We're listening and we're learning and we're engaging and we fight. We fight for what's right, even when we get the threats, even when we get the people who say we're going to try to unelect you because we don't like you, we don't like your policy, you too wild, you too progressive. We have to fight, and we have to fight for what's right, and we have to do that with courage and with heart.
30 seconds, I just wanted to add on, please.
Thank you.
What I wanted to add to that too is to be aware of who is even on your school board. Like if I'm being blanketedly honest with y'all, how many of y'all live in Atlanta, like the city of Atlanta? So not many of us. How many of us live outside of Atlanta, right? If we're being honest, how many of us can name at least 2 members of our school board? Y'all see the problem? Many of us, your school board in its entirety could walk into this room and you wouldn't even know who they are. And there's an accountability that we have to have as a community about, are we even paying attention to it? We could talk about everything wrong with education, everything that should be happening, but are we even taking the time to even know the members, to know who we can be advocating with or speaking to and talking about? The other thing I would challenge you to check is when you start identifying who these people are, I want you to look into their professional background. And what you will find is it will be very few of them who have ever been in a school other than as a student. In 150 years, there's no reason that I should be the first person who's in a classroom serving on a school board in the city of Atlanta. That should not be true, nor should I be the last. But it required me, in fact, and this is also the truth behind that, I had to get the law changed at the state prior to me being able to run because it was illegal for me to be a classroom teacher even outside of Atlanta Public Schools and be on the Atlanta Public School Board at the same time. So I had to advocate at the state to get a law change in the state constitution. If y'all know anything about that, only 4% of democratically sponsored bills get passed in Georgia, and mine was one of them that got passed last year, right? So my challenge to you all, and I believe we have folks who are intending to be educators at some point, right, in this room. So to those of you who want to be educators, I challenge you then to also be intentional about playing a part in the policy making. Run for your school boards. Run for your school boards. It should not be viewed as just entry-level politics. There is work to be done here, and we need you. But we need our school boards to be comprised of people who have practical and professional knowledge, not just folks who have a bunch of leisure time and the privilege of money who are able to assume the roles.
We both have education experience in our background. So, yeah.
Thank you both for those responses. I definitely resonate well with both of your answers. I'm from Alabama, so curriculum wasn't something that really fit my needs. I did the work, got the grades. That's good, but I was in a school where we had a lot of black people, but I was in AP classes as well. No black people in sight but me. Right. Yep. So that was really frustrating, and it was frustrating to see teachers who just thought of you as another black person, not as somebody who I need to take my time with and actually hone their skills. So being at a school like Morehouse really is why a lot of us black men find our identity. We have teachers who actually care about us, actually want to help develop us professionally, emotionally, mentally, anything that you can really think of. And we definitely need those within our public school system as well. So I do appreciate you both. Moving on to our next question, I do want to move us from the local level out to the national level by bringing Ms. Fort into the conversation. So as we celebrate the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, how can we bridge the gap between national education policy initiatives and the local decision-making processes of school boards to address longstanding inequities?
Well, first off, I just want to celebrate these two. We need, and I say this to y'all, we need more of them on school boards, which means we need more of you. This room is full of Black excellence, and most of my job on a daily basis is to elevate that Black excellence. And I really wish that I could take you all on a road tour across the country just to share your experience and what you know as school board members.
We have
It
a
is
consulting fee and package.
so powerful, so powerful. Look, as an advocate, I spend a lot of my time looking at what's going on at the local level these days because more often than not, it's a reflection of what is going on in national politics, and particularly when it comes to education. Particularly when it comes to education. You know, for a long time, school boards were nonpartisan. That's sort of gone the way of the dodo, so to speak. And yeah, you guys are nonpartisan, but okay, yeah. It's, you know, but it's all over the map. And with the electoral politics being brought down to the school board level, you see many of the things going on as part of the national narrative also coming down to the school board level. So the drama that we saw in Virginia a couple of years ago, this real push to start telling on teachers, right? They had a policy where you could place a phone call, like a 1-800 number, and report a teacher who might have used identity to identify a young person who may not have come out to their parents. And they called this parental rights. Or if you didn't like what was going on in the classroom. That wasn't really about parental rights. That was about the politicization of education. Because if they had really wanted to do something around parental rights, they would have meaningful parental engagement policies in every single state and every single school. But I dare you to find something like that at the majority of our schools these days, to actually find meaningful parental engagement. The bridging of these, the national and local level, sometimes I don't know that we even want to bridge them because the politics at the national level are so superficial. But what you've heard from these members is that the role of the school board is really about setting the conditions for learning experiences of our students. And what does that mean, really? That's about outcomes. And that's why we need to pay particular attention at what is going on in our school boards these days. We really need to understand what it is that they have the opportunity to influence. The hiring of superintendents. That is a big deal. That is a really big deal because, you know, getting the wrong superintendent in there can you sink or swim in terms of these school districts. Other budgets, as they mentioned before. I've always said, and others have said it before me, budgets are a reflection of your priorities, right? And so if you want to make sure that your school system is reflecting the priorities of a community, this is where this happens at the school board level. So do not get it twisted. Everyone needs to be thinking about what is going on in our school boards, in our school systems these days. Let's not get distracted by some of the national narratives, which are all about distraction and not about building a successful learning environment so that all students can achieve.
Thank you for that response. I do appreciate you laying out the fact that what kind of budgets that we have in the school boards definitely reflects our priorities, and I really do think we should all kind of write that down and learn that things at the micro level definitely matters to us. Moving on to our next question, Mr. Hayes, the decision in Brown highlighted education as a pathway to a more robust democracy. How do you see the role of community organizing in promoting civic engagement at the school board level, especially considering that many voters may not view school board elections with the same significance as federal elections?
Okay, so one, thank you to the rest of the panel for saying a whole bunch of really dope things. And you touched on a lot of things that I want to kind of dive a little deeper into. So like, first off is that the most important things on the ballot to your everyday life are typically not at the top, right? Like, let's just start there, right? Like, they're somewhere at the bottom. They might not be at the very end, but they'll be in a way that, like, the board member said, they drop off. People drop off. They know that people aren't going to vote, right? And so when we talk about voting and we talk about school board elections and participating, right, like, the actual easy part is the vote, right? Like, organizing and implementation happens when you show up after you've elected the person, right? You show up to the board meetings. You show up and meet with the elected officials and be like, these are the things I elected you to do. Right, and you talk to them and you set that agenda collectively and hold them accountable to it, right? And so when we talk about organizing, voting, and all those good things, right? Again, the easy part is actually picking the person to vote for. The hard part is the implementation, right? When we talk about across the country, a lot of teachers are not allowed to be on the school board if they work anywhere within the state as a teacher, right? Sometimes it's within the district, sometimes it's the entire state, but that is a very common practice. When we think about that, why? Right? Why are our school board elections being politicized in the way that they are now, right? Even though that most of them on the books are nonpartisan elections, right? Like, we think about the fact that actually this is a method of control, right? Like, we're talking about parental rights. It's not about the young person having a great education. It's about being able to say, this is my control over this thing and making it true because everybody will believe it, right? So when we think about curriculum, book banning, they're trying to change the fabric of what people believe to be true using schools, right? If people don't know a thing and they're like, oh, I was taught this in school, and if the government like said this was true, it must be true. Most people don't actually interrogate deeply things that they are told from what they believe to be trusted sources, right? And so it is extremely important that those trusted sources, particularly school board members, take that responsibility truly and talk about facts and ensure that the school systems are, speaking facts and teaching the correct things to the students, but also ensuring that they have the resources they need, right? School systems are one major part of budgets, right? They're anchors in our communities, and they show and they reflect our values. And so when we're doing, again, all of this organizing, it's not about just electing a person. It's not even about showing up to your PTA meetings. It's about showing up to the board meetings. It's about knowing who all of your elected officials are across the ballot, be they commissioners, because a lot of these, what folks consider lower important roles or less paid roles, are the stepping stones, and where you see the folks who come out and believe that like solar power doesn't work at night, right? Like, we have a guy running for vice president who believes that. That's actually not how those things work, but he went to school somewhere, right? Right, like somebody taught these
Yale.
things, right? And so when we think about the necessariness of not just showing up and voting, but talking to people, I think about Maryland, where there's a student board member who was appointed, now elected by his fellow students because they changed the law, right? And he has full voting rights. Or the fact that the entire school board there is appointed, right? Which then makes it in some ways political. And what does that mean for parents who want to see the teachers paid more, or see the teachers have resources, or see the schools not be crumbling around most of the Black students, right? There's no accountability mechanism. And so it's critical that we not only engage at the ballot box, but in all opportunities. If there's a possibility to show up, someone should do it. That's why organizations like LDF exist, but that's also why we need people to organize with us, because we can't be everywhere.
Thank you for that response. I think there was a good point. That you made about curriculum. You said don't accept everything basically at face value. We all heard Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492, but then when you grew up, you were like, that's not even true. Like, what were we talking about? So I think you made a good point about going the extra mile, doing your own research about things, and just not moving around ignorant. Because if we move around ignorant, then we want to elect, the right people in office, and we won't advocate for the right policies. So I really do appreciate that point. Moving on to our next question, Ms. Ford, you led a national organization dedicated to advancing policies and practices to dismantle the racial and economic barriers embedded in the American education system. 70 years after the decision in Brown, its promise of educational equity remains unfulfilled. In what ways can national organizations like the Education Trust support local school boards in ensuring that the promise of Brown is fulfilled today?
That's a beautiful question. The one thing that I think is so powerful is when people can come to the table and join together, they are able to identify their mutual interests and then are able to move together. That is what we need to have happen across this country. It is organizing. It is advocating, but it is also being really clear about what the goals are and what the challenge is. One thing that has been at the heart of our work at Ed Trust for nearly 30 years now is making sure that we have the data to back up our efforts. When we know that access to AP courses, which has been brought up as an example a number of times here, when we can look at the multiple layers that impacts that through real data, for many school systems, they may have multiple offerings of AP courses, but do they have enough seats in those classrooms to be able to support the number of students who may be interested? In other school systems, do they have the high quality teachers that are going to be able to deliver on those AP courses and actually teach the curriculum? Once you have that data, it makes your advocacy and organizing efforts so much clearer and so much more possible, because then you are able to go to the school board with the facts of the matter and also identify a plan for how you're going to bring about a solution. And of course, power in the implementation, being able to continue to monitor the data through implementation so that you know what's working. But it is really important as a first step. And I encourage all of you who are interested in the educational outcomes of our students, and I think we all are here for that reason, to think about how you can join others at the table to find that mutual interest and to be able to build the solution together to actually advocate for policy change. This is what we're doing across the country, and it is powerful when you have the NAACP, when you have teachers, parents, disability rights advocates, from across the spectrum to be able to join together and go to the State House or go to a school board meeting and say, we deserve this based on the data, and then hold them accountable for it.
Sure. Thank you for that response. Moving on to our next question. Mr. Hayes, why should college students / HBCU students care about school board elections? How can college students support school boards while away at college, or how can they get involved in local school board politics where they are for college?
I'll just start off with something I'd already touched on, right? Like, all politics are local foremost, right? And so even if you are not from Atlanta or the college, wherever you're at, right, that community will be shaped by those elections and will have an impact on your life, whether or not you know it or not. And so it's important to figure out ways to get engaged, to be involved with community-based groups, grassroots groups in particular, right? Because they actually know what their community needs, and they can direct you to do that in a way that is holistic and can support the community. But it's just critical that we all do our part. The world is changing rapidly, right? Like, America is a dark place right now, honestly. And the hope is in that, like, people come together and build new things, right? People come together and create hope, right? And just do the organizing work. And so it's just required that we show up, you engage. And I think students actually have the most energy and free time, right? Like I have a job, and while I'm lucky enough to spend my day doing this work all day, every day, that is not the case for most people, right? Students are in the particular position, and if we study history, like thinking about SNCC and Dr. King and all those folks, right? They are in the position to have the free time to engage in ways that folks who are the most impacted typically cannot, because they have a little bit of freedom. And sometimes you also share that identity, right? But that is, I think, the thing that students have that most people don't, is time. I did way more organizing as a student than I actually do now as a full-time organizer, which I know is crazy, but like I didn't have any responsibility, so I wasn't worried about meeting deadlines. I was worried about following passions, right? And so connect with organizations that follow your passions. I know for a fact they exist here, 100%. And if you need help, shoot me an email. I'll help you find them.
Thank you for that response. I know a lot of us at Morehouse have already seen a lot of organizations coming together to talk about voting education, to where some of us might be sick of it. But I really admire how we all are conscious enough to know that a lot of things do matter to us. And continuing to do the work, not just in school, but when we graduate, is definitely important. And I do appreciate your words for all of the students here as well. So that is the end of the questions. Can you give it up for our panelists?
Look, I wanted to add to that because I thought that was a very good question that you had. But as a board member representing Atlanta Public Schools, holler at me. I encourage you all, I'm active on social media. You can follow me on Instagram at callmeshivy, SHIVY. I'm looking to create internships for young people to help out at our board office, because there's an administrative side of education that I believe folks deserve exposure to as well. But also I wanted to point out, I don't know if y'all saw this, but the Harris campaign just pushed out some initiatives specific to Black men. I believe they released it yesterday. I've had the privilege of being at least 8 high-level conversations with top brass in the Harris campaign. And as always, I was pushing education, education, education. And I was very proud and felt impactful to see that an intentionality around Black male educators and creating pathways for more Black male educators or Black men to get an education certification with little or no debt, et cetera, is a part of the platform. We had a brother who was just speaking, I believe it was you, who was speaking about being less than 2% of all educators. And the reality is of the 100% of teachers, 85% of teachers are white women, and less than 1.7% of all teachers are Black men. And so when we look at why are we not getting the results we want from our Black boys, truth is we learn best from people who look like us, who have similar backgrounds. And so an intentionality around getting Black men certified and prepared to go into the classroom is something that I want to help and assist with personally. So if I can be a value add to any Black man who wants to go into education in this room, please do reach out to me.
Can I share something? I thought there was going to be another question. So I want to share, there's a point around how do we get our young people engaged in supporting school boards. And so I wrote some notes on that, and I want to be able to make sure that I share this because we have an audience of our students. The first thing I would say is to center your voice and your identity and your intersectional needs. You can do that by showing up at the school board meetings. You can write emails to school board members. You can draft petitions. You can advocate for your needs as a student, whether you show up at a school board or not, because I know sometimes class schedules may be challenging, but you can still engage directly with school board members. Attend events like this when you see school board members present. Get to know them, ask them questions, schedule a meeting where you can meet with them one-on-one, virtual or in person. Engage in student organizations. So if you all have student organizations, bring in your school board members to meet with your student organizations, your sports team. Bring us in, get to know us, and get to know our voting history, and get to know the power of not just politics or not just our positions, or our voting history, but the power of joy. Because Black joy is so powerful, and sometimes we miss that in this work. And so we have to remember that with revolution, we have to also engage in that, purposely engage in Black joy. Intern with the school board member. Send them an email and say, hey, paid or unpaid, can I work with you? I have an intern. I pay my intern. I've had an intern ever since I'm going on my second term now. It's a 4-year term. So I just got reelected. But I've always used interns to support the work that I do. I find it very important to support them as they're learning and growing. And it also gives me that voice and that touch point into the community as well. Research and support your candidates and go beyond just racial appearance, but ask the right questions. Volunteer for their campaigns. Know that, again, I mentioned this earlier, representation matters, but the right representation matters. Really, that's an important point. Look at someone who's not about just going with the flow, but somebody who's gonna say, we want change, and I'm gonna do everything I can and in my power as courageously as I can to make change, because we need change. Encourage equity audits with your school board members so they can understand that data. That data is so important. Equity audit, resource audit, access and opportunity audit, look at that. Encourage your school board members to do that. We're still fighting for a really comprehensive, robust equity policy, equity audit, and I'm hoping that we can do that in the future. But it's important for students to engage in that process as well. Students, y'all can write policy too, you know that, right? Draft policy, work with your school board members, tell school board members what policies you want. You can also participate in the policy making process. Also, the final thing I have is lead and participate in educational advocacy and activism. So protest, march, petition, go to legislative sessions, go beyond the school board too, go to the state and speak at their meetings and make your public comments about local issues, and also advocate for the state to support the local issues. And they can do that with state legislation. So y'all have the power, our youth have the power to change this world. And you all have the power now to work with people who are elected, regardless of your age or how young you are, whether you can vote or not. Work with your elected officials. Express your concerns. You all can make a difference, and I love y'all, and you give me hope. And there is so much power and glory and peace and revolution and hope. Thank you. Oh, yes.
Okay, we're gonna have a short Q&A session, so if any of you have any questions, please stand up if you can and project so our panelists can hear you.
Let's go.
How do you feel about students being on your school board? We also had to go through a similar process for me to even get into the position by going through our state legislature, fights going back and forth, you know, students, especially like brown students, ordering such a big budget and such a big system, and having the power to work with our fellow board members to, you know, if teachers are to get fired, you know, how to work through that and all these other things. So how do you feel about students being on your school board? Do you think it's beneficial right now? It's all about the climate and culture of the community.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a really good question. Thank you for that. Congratulations, and thank you for your impact. Being a school board member is very unique. We are the only elected officials who represent a swath of people who don't get to vote for us. it's a very unique thing to think about. Like only, and I believe in Newark, New Jersey. I'm originally from New Jersey. Newark, New Jersey actually just changed their city charter that allows kids 16 and older to vote for school board now. And that goes along with they now also have a student representative on the school board as well. In the city of Atlanta, we don't yet have that. We do have something called the Student Advisory Council, which is a representation of kids from all different clusters of schools in Atlanta, and they come together and essentially advise the board. In our last policy meeting, and it's ironic you brought this up, this is maybe a month or two ago, I proposed the notion of us exploring what would it look like for us to have student representation on our board. I know how important it is for me being a teacher, the nuanced perspectives that I have that are very specific to like practical knowledge, but there's also lived experience knowledge that students have that I believe would be very beneficial towards how we craft and draft policies. Like right now, there's a big conversation around school resource officers, SROs, police officers in schools, if you will, and whether or not, that should be expanded. And in one community to another, there can be very different feelings, especially in Atlanta, very different feelings towards what that should look like, right? And so I believe student perspective would actually be very helpful in helping us identify like where should we put certain resources and what would that do to the climate and the morale. So I do support it. I do have questions about voting power though, like whether or not it's necessary for that representative to have voting power and whether or not it should exist. Are they elected to? Are they appointed? How does that work? So I have more questions about the process of it, but I do see a lot of value in students being there.
Thank you for that question, and I also support students being engaged in the process of our board decision making. I also support actually voting power of our students. I think that process could be managed in a way where it's elected by the student body, and that's lots of work and it's lots of nuanced tasks that will be required. But if it's elected, a person or people elected by the general student body, like at large, and there's a campaign and you're expressing the needs, right? You then become a bridge to the student body that can then be ready to vote because you are representing the needs of the student body through a competitive process and a campaign. So I do support students being engaged as much as possible throughout every level of the process. We are working for you. At the end of the day, student achievement is why we are here as school board members. And when we can engage your voices, it's a beautiful thing. I feel like I'm Harriet Tubman sometimes in the school system. Shoot, I'm trying to get free and I'm trying to get y'all free too. You know what I'm saying? So how do we work together? We might not officially have a student advisory, but I have a few student advisories. So like, I want to engage with y'all. I meet with middle school kids. I meet with kids, in high school, and I talk to them and I ask questions and they teach me, and I've learned so much from them, even in this process around safety and security. Like, they have been so honest, and they've brought up some other things that kind of we didn't focus as much on, like sex trafficking, right? Or like, drug abuse. And these are middle schoolers bringing up topics that I was amazed for middle schoolers to share, but that's the power of their voices and engaging these students. So students on our board, voting power, no voting power, whatever, just y'all representing is I value it so much. So thank you for your question, and I hope y'all decide to run for school board.
Thank you for that question. Thank you for those responses as well. Will there be another question?
Thank you all for being here today and for your words of wisdom. Actually, I had the opportunity to volunteer at Atlanta Public Schools through a program called Stories, and go into and directly sit with students and help them build their reading engagement and comprehension. So really great to hear from you this afternoon. I'm wondering, with all the information that we've received today and the words of wisdom, how to engage it in a way where we can identify the needs we have. I think we're entering into systems and like we're born into the system having to go to school. We don't really know how to identify what we need in these spaces. So I'm wondering if you can speak a bit about how to create spaces where we are able to identify the needs that we have and how to advocate for those.
To repeat the question, it's talking about how to create spaces where we can, kind of implement what they were talking about earlier. Is that kind of the gist of it?
Within our, like, if after today, how can we really identify what we're missing in the systems that we're existing in? Like, how can I say I'm having this issue in my school? There's something missing here, but I can't identify it. How do I identify these issues I'm having? I'm working with students, and what I'm able to do as a volunteer is say, talking about cultural engagement of their needs as young K through 8th graders. But some of them don't have access to reading glasses or things like, like how can we understand the needs that we have?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I want to share something personal really quickly. I am originally from Houston, Texas. The Texas educational system, I mean, we were taught, slaves were, happy and cared for, and we received gifts, right? Our ancestors received gifts during the holidays, right? I didn't know the middle passes existed. I, again, floated around. I wasn't in a two-parent home. I was a homeless teenager. Like, my education and my experience was very different than the typical, right? And so by the time I decided to escape to an island, I went to college in Puerto Rico. So I'm glad that you are studying Spanish. Es muy importante de hablar español y otros lenguajes as well. But I didn't know what I didn't know. And when I was studying in Puerto Rico, that was the first time I learned about the Middle Passage. I was 18 years old. 18. How was I supposed to know what I didn't. And so then that became the journey for me of learning more about my history. So having said that, one of the things that I am working with people across the nation is understanding what the needs are by using a toolkit. And I am a co-author of a toolkit called Culturally Responsive Education Toolkit. It's by Local Progress. And it's several authors, including educators, people across the nation. In the toolkit, there's this worksheet, and it says culturally responsive educational needs. And in the worksheet, it lists things. You check off some items. Does my school have this? Or is this curriculum present? So there's a questionnaire and you complete it. So that'll give you an idea of sort of like assessing your needs by using this checklist. So there are checklists out there other than the ones that we created, but there are checklists out there that can kind of help give you an idea of what you need based on research and based on best practices across the nation. And then you'll say, whoa, my school doesn't have this. Well, we need that. So now you know what you need. Oh, my class doesn't have this. Oh, so now I'm gonna go and advocate. So you take that worksheet, everything that you don't have checked off, that could then be your advocacy plan, the things that aren't checked off. And then you can go say, do we need policies around this? Advocate with your school board members and ask for policies, because we are policymakers, we really can't get into operations. But look at that and then work with your school board member on the things that you did not select.
And if I could add in, I would say students spend time, like one of the tools we use as organizers, right, is like this thing called visioning sessions, right? So spending time with other students and just visualizing and dreaming about what would your perfect school look like and your perfect school day. And then you draw from that, what are those unmet needs that the student is expressing, and then figure out, is there a policy thing that could do that? There might be a solution already, and sometimes we have to create things, right? And that's okay. Creating new things is totally okay, and they start at the local level. National best practices have to start somewhere, and you have to practice it, collect data, and then like populated other places to make it a best practice. And so don't be afraid to talk to your students and just be like, what is the thing that would have made your day like just better and made you a more effective learner, right? It doesn't always have to be also just school related, because there are other things, like you said, like reading glasses or being hungry, right? Like that impact students' ability to learn. And so it's really critical that we do the holistic approach and really figure out what are the things that make them feel like a whole person so that they can engage, because school is a young person's job in the same way like this is my job, right?
I love that. And we also have a toolkit. It's called the educationresourceequity.org, put together by Education Resource Strategies and Ed Trust. And it gives you a variety of ways to look at how to take action at the local level as well as at the state level, and identifies different data tools that you could use. So if it's a resources issue, if it's a question of the diversity of the educator workforce, if it's about school discipline, it looks at all those dimensions of equity and gives you both the data, helps you ask the right questions for the data, and then how to take action. So it sounds like together. Right?
Yeah, it's been a lot of really good feedback for you. As a person, I'm a frontline, boots on the ground advocate here in Atlanta. Was one of the frontline organizers of the Black Lives Matter movement from 2020 all throughout through 21. What I see is one of the biggest challenges to those of us who have like an advocacy heart, or those of us who want to do well, is there's too much ego and impact. There's everyone wanting to hold up their flag and say, we created this thing, or we did this thing, or, and it's not a slight at you guys, but like that this is our change, or this is our rally, or this is our march, or we started this initiative. It becomes about ego and not really about impact. And so what I would challenge you to do is realize you don't necessarily have to go out and create the space. You are the space. You are the flow. You already are. There's a magneticism about your personality. You stood out to me even just sitting here during this conversation and in hearing you. And there are going to be people who are like-minded just like you, and you will win through community. It is literally that simple. And sometimes the communities are going to be different. I'm the education chair for the Georgia NAACP. I'm an Atlanta Public School Board member. I'm a board member for the People's United organization. There's a whole litany of things that I'm involved in. I was just inducted into the 100 Black Men. By the way, to those of you in the room, and I got a couple 100 Black men brothers in the building right now, if you are interested in getting engaged, there are organizations that are already doing the work. If we remove the ego of I have to start my own thing and start to get to the point, which is I want to make impact, then we look for who's making impact in the specific areas that we want to, and we join forces and we add value to what is already happening. There's nothing new under the sun. It's all already existing. That's just the facts of it, right? And so the reality is you're going to get more bang for your buck, bang for your effort by tag teaming and sharing in community with people who are moving in the same direction. And they exist. They are out there. You got 100 Collegiate here on campus. You've got Emerging 100. You've got a bunch of different orgs and folks who are doing the work that you could tap in with right now.
And to that end, I want to share an event that's coming up. It's specifically engaging student voices, and it's for Atlanta metro area students and teachers and educational support professionals. It's going to be on November 2nd at the Gwinnett Justice and Administration Center. It's on a Saturday from 8 until 5:30 p.m. and it's all about listening to the voices. There are going to be concurrent sessions, and there is a special session that's going to be led by the Georgia Education for Educators for Equity and Justice. They will be present helping to support that session, but it is completely led by students, and I am going to be there listening. And students, you all can also be there to listen. Listening to the needs of others can also help you identify your needs. So just like our school board member, Shivi expressed, like you are the space, in joining these community organizations, and when there are events like this, many of us are there beyond school board members, but other elected officials attend these events to listen, and so that's so very important. So again, November 2nd, Saturday, 8 to 5:30 at Gwinnett Justice and Administration System.
Can we please celebrate our panelists? Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. So now we will have our conversation on the role of HBCUs in the fight for racial justice. I will first introduce our panelists. We are delighted to have Dr. Rosalind Clark Artist, who is the 14th and first woman president of Benedict College. Previously, Dr. Artist served as the 13th and first woman president of Florida Memorial University in Miami Gardens, Florida. In 2018, she was named Female HBCU President of the Year by HBCU Digest. In 2019, Dr. Artist was named to Diverse Issues in Higher Education's top 35 leading women in higher education. And that same year, Benedict College was awarded the American Council of Education Fidelity Investments Award for institutional transformation and recognized as the HBCU of the Year by HBCU Digest. In 2020, Dr. Artist was named President of the Year by Higher Ed Dive for her leadership in navigating the unprecedented challenges of 2020. Please welcome President Rosalind Artist. Our next panelist is Dr. Fidel Turner Jr., who currently serves as the Dean of the School of Education at Clark Atlanta University. He previously held various posts at Howard University, George Washington University, Johns Hopkins University, and at Bowie State University in Maryland. Dr. Turner's research focuses on the needs of diverse, underserved, and homeless students, counselor education and supervision, employee assistance programs, and academic persistence in higher education. Dr. Turner serves on the editorial board of the Journal of Behavioral and Social Sciences and serves on the board of directors for Horizons Atlanta, the Clark Atlanta University Center for Social Reform, Equity, and Innovation, the historic Atlanta Gate City Nursery Executive Board, and was elected as a 2022-2023 president of the Georgia Association for Colleges of Colleges for Teacher Education. Please welcome Dean Turner. Next, we have Professor Ilya Davis, a Morehouse College graduate, class of 1989, who currently serves as the Director of Freshman and Seniors Academic Success Programs and a Professor of Philosophy. Professor Davis pursued his master's degree in religion and culture at Harvard University and doctoral studies at the University of Chicago in philosophy of religion. He has published on the political thought of former Morehouse College President Dr. Benjamin E. Mays, African American Religious Experiences, Black Existential Thought, Black Fraternities and Sororities, and Historical Black Colleges and Universities. Please welcome Professor Davis. Finally, we have LDF's leader and my boss, Janae Nelson, has been the president and director counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund since 2022. Janae formerly served as the associate director counsel and as a member of LDF's litigation and policy teams. She has also served as the interim director of LDF's Thurgood Marshall Institute and in various other leadership capacities at LDF. She was one of the lead counsels in VC versus Abbott, a successful federal challenge to Texas's voter ID law, and the lead architect of National Urban League versus Trump, which sought to declare the Trump administration's executive order banning diversity, equity, and inclusion training in the workplace unconstitutional before it was later rescinded. Prior to joining LDF in June 2014, Janae was Associate Dean for Faculty Scholarship and the Associate Director of the Ronald H. Brown Center for Civil Rights and Economic Development at St. John's University School of Law, where she was a full professor of law and served on the law school's senior leadership team. And she began practicing law as the 1998 recipient of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund Fried Frank Fellowship. Please welcome LDF's leader, Janae Nelson. So I first want to share that each of these esteemed leaders, that the bios that I have read are a brief synopsis. These are some of the nation's leading thought leaders in their respective areas, and if I read their full bios, we would be here well into the evening. But I'm so grateful to be here with each of you to discuss the legacy of Brown versus Board as it relates to HBCUs, especially as a two-time HBCU graduate myself. This conversation is very personal for me. So I want to start with a grounding question. First to you, President Artist, and then to you, Dean Turner. We're here to commemorate and reflect on the legacy of Brown and its promise 70 years later. From your perspective as HBCU leaders, what does Brown mean to you, and what did it mean for your respective institutions?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you very much, colleague. On the question that was specifically asked, Brown is a good start. Brown v. Board of Education represents a very good start. It represents the toil of generations of individuals who sought equality in education for all public school students. That was met with some success ultimately, but the promise is as yet unrealized. We still grapple with significant inequalities in all of our K-12 education systems. I hail from the great state of South Carolina, where the corridor of shame is a real thing. For those of you who are academic researchers, you know that those students situated along the I-95 corridor, which is among the most poverty-ridden areas in the United States, suffer from the most deplorable K-12 education system in our country. And so while the promise of Brown represents access, opportunity, ostensibly equality, that is a promise that has yet been realized in this country, and there are miles to go before we sleep.
I would agree with Dr. Artis. I am from the great state of South Carolina as well, so I know exactly what you're speaking of. We still have a long way to go. We still need teachers of color in our schools. If you know the history of Morehouse College and Clark College, Atlanta University, and many, many other HBCUs, they were founded to train teachers. People who were coming out of slavery needed to be taught. And so the initial founding of our HBCUs is grounded in the training of teachers and preachers primarily, and then we've evolved into other professional areas, but the promise is not fulfilled from Brown. We still have a long way to go. If you know the history about Brown, when schools desegregated, 38, almost 40,000 teachers of color lost their jobs. And so we're still in recovery from that. A lot of Black schools were closed, all that were very successful schools. Very successful teachers lost their jobs. They had to go into other professions. So we're still living with that legacy of harm that happened to the African American community. And so we still have lots of work to do. And so I consider being a dean at an HBCU as a gift. And it's my job to take the best possible care of that gift. And that means making sure that our students have the most highest quality experience that they can possibly get in terms of preparing today's students. Interested, engaged teachers encourage interested and engaged students. And so we can't teach you all the way we taught 10 or 15 years ago. You all do not put down the cell phones. You love the artificial intelligence. All of those kinds of things are what we have to do now. And so I have a new generation of faculty actually in the School of Education. I'm probably going way beyond what you're asking. But I always tell my faculty, we can't stay the same. We can't teach our students the way that we taught. We can't teach you all the way that we taught you all a few years ago. Things have changed and evolved. And so part of our responsibility now, living with the legacy of Brown, that we have to move into a new era now and a new generation of teaching and preparing those who teach our children as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And to you, Professor Davis, as a fellow HBCU graduate, fellow member of the Divine Nine, you're a professor here on the campus of Morehouse College and a mentor and professor of so many of the young men in this room. Can you please share what Brown means to you and what the legacy of Brown means to this institution?
Thank you very much, and I appreciate being a part of this panel.
one of my students thought it was cute to ask me what did I think about it at the time it was made. Exactly. He will fail this semester. I'm not even going to look at him because he's seated here. But that aside, I've often reflected in a way to represent it as imagination in action. I would often tell students, if you understand the individuals who made the decision had to become human. And that is, you can't anticipate people of your lot being present to afford you the opportunities that you were given at birth. So there were no black people in the room, no women in the room, no gay, as far as we know, lesbian brothers and sisters. So they had to be better than they had been before, which is what I refer to as becoming human. And so when I look at that case, brilliantly you've articulated, it was a good start. And my position is social changes often happen because of a response to certain stimulus. And I'm not motivated by that. I'm motivated by making social changes predicated on a principal position that you have that change is needed. It shouldn't be motivated. Old people here in Georgia, I'm from Georgia, this is what we naming our racist states. Mine is Georgia. And the issue had always been growing up, are you sorry because you got caught, or you sorry because you did it?
You actually did it, yeah.
And that's what happens with Brown versus Board of Education. You got caught, and now you have to configure a reality that at least prima facie, I'm sorry. And so it gives me hope, but in the same instance, I think that's intimated here is it wasn't enough. And I'll end by saying, particularly for black people, when we are pushing groups, institutions to be better, there's a tendency for them to give us a consolation prize and assume I've given you enough, go away. The statue in DC of Martin, we won't have a Frederick Douglass statue. It's over. They've done it. Brown versus Board of Education, they assumed, and thanks to Legal Defense Fund and others, we're not going to let them rest on the laurel of doing what should have been done and that was embedded in the very nature of being a human, the rights that you've been afforded. So for me, Brown versus Board of Education, it's interesting, good start, but make the social changes that are necessitated by the need that marginalized people have to be human.
Thank you, Professor. Janae, I want to switch this question up a little bit for you. Our founder, your first predecessor, whose portrait is on the wall up there, he like me was a two-time HBCU graduate. Both his law degree and his undergraduate degree were from HBCU institutions. But unlike me, he originally applied to a white institution and was denied admission. When he enrolled at Howard University Law School in the fall of 1930, it wasn't out of choice, it was out of necessity. So Janae, give us an historical perspective on what that experience, what going through that experience, how that changed him and shaped him and prepared his outlook when not only did when he founded LDF, but when he litigated Brown versus Board, the experience of applying to a white institution, being denied, going to Howard University Law School and HBCU, being accepted with open arms, mentored by Charles Hamilton Houston, flourishing, thriving on the campus of Howard, then founding LDF, and then going into litigating Brown versus Board.
Yeah, so thank you so much for that question. And I just want to say how wonderful it is to be here on the campus of AUC and at Morehouse College in particular. And I want to thank Professor Davis for being our host for this occasion. We have been celebrating the 70th anniversary of Brown throughout this year because it is such an important and critical case that we think it's not just a day of celebration, it's a year-long commemoration of the transformation that it has brought to this country. Still so much more work to be done, but an undeniable inflection point in our history. So I'm glad you asked that question because people often talk about Brown versus Board of Education as a challenge or a hindrance to the existence of historically Black colleges and universities. And I don't think it was ever contemplated in Brown that we would eliminate the existence of historically Black colleges and universities that have served our communities so well and that continue to serve our communities well. You're right that the origin story for Thurgood Marshall's legal career began with him being denied the right to enter the University of Maryland School of Law, which was his kind of local law school that he wanted to go to, and they denied him access on the basis of his race. And so he went to Howard University School of Law, which I would argue helped him become the luminary that he became. That education gave him the grounding to be the great leader that he was, ultimately becoming the first associate justice of the Supreme Court who's Black. But it was also that experience that gave him the personal insight, not that he didn't know segregation existed, but gave him the personal insight and I think impetus to begin the series of litigation that started at the higher education level. Brown was not begun in K through 12. It started at the higher education level in the schools of law and medicine and other access points to kind of begin to soften the ground, right? Because it was easier to argue that there was no equivalent to a higher education specialty in the Black community than you could argue at the K through 12 level. So that really was the impetus for Brown, and ultimately led to the 5 cases that now comprise that decision. And what I think is a really interesting parallel is that he was forced into, making a particular choice in his education. Today, I'm curious about how many people who are here at an HBCU by choice. You elected to come here not because you couldn't go somewhere else, but because you chose to be in a historically Black college or university. So I just want to know by show of hands, how many of you are here because you wanted to be here? You chose to be here. Thank you. Thank you. That's a beautiful thing. And that's exactly the type of choices that we want for all Black people, that you can go anywhere and you have the opportunity to thrive in all of those spaces. That's the unfulfilled promise of Brown. And it's something that we're still fighting for at the K through 12 level. But you exemplify exactly the type of freedom of choice and equitable education that we have fought for nearly 85 years.
Thank you, Janae. Professor Brown, I know you teach this to many of your students, but students at HBCUs were some of the most active during the Civil Rights Movement. Rosa Parks, Stokely Carmichael, Medgar Evers, John Lewis, obviously Martin Luther King Jr. graduated right here from Morehouse. The first SNCC meeting of any organization was held on the campus of Shaw University. Fisk University served as a boot camp for those who participated in the sit-ins at the lunch counters. And these students made so many demands of their leaders on education and jobs and housing and law enforcement, essentially demanding that the promise of Brown be both fulfilled and implemented. For each of you, and we'll start with you, Professor Brown, what would you say is the legacy of that activism, and how is its impact felt on this campus today?
Oh, I'm Brown. Oh. Wow. I believe, and I think it's exemplified here at Morehouse, is that what we call social movements is embedded in the very subculture of the colleges. So if you look at our first Black president, John Hope, now, again, if you look at him, he's right over there on the wall. Everyone says, is that a Black man? Yes, he's a brother. Matter of fact, W.E.B. Du Bois is his best friend. And he had worked at Morehouse 8 years, and then he became president. I think the only president to date that received unanimous vote from the faculty and board to be president. That could never happen again. You know this. 100%.
Not neighbor wasn't in there.
And I say that because this brother was the first representative of the NAACP in the state of Georgia. Now, my students don't understand how radical that is because of the sensibilities that we now take with the NAACP. I won't go into that, but it was extremely radical. And this is important because he imbued this sensibility within the students, within the faculty. So the environment bespoke radicalism. He was one of the founders with Du Bois, Niagara Movement, NAACP. So my point is he was always motivated by social change and engaging in these movements. And then Benjamin Mays, who looms very large here at Morehouse, social political, every move he made. And so I think that the students were motivated by it. I don't think that they created it for the students. It was an environment that was conducive. And so the movements that transact here in the Atlanta University Center were extremely radical. Everybody looks at Atlanta as one of maybe 3 or 4 signature points with respect to what we call the civil rights movement. I often talk about this is one, because we do have to account for the predicates that led to this, to the 50s and 60s. And so what we had here at Morehouse-Spelman, Clark College, Morris Brown, Spelman, it was that the students had already decided that the world wasn't the way it should have been. And they did select to attend those schools early on. And the difference was that they wanted to leave here knowing that they made a change now as students. So it wasn't for the future, it was immediate. So the movements that are normally growing out of our Black schools, from North Carolina to DC to Pennsylvania, they were always thinking about education first and foremost, not so much as a utility for employment, but a vehicle to social change, justice and fairness and equality. And so now, very briefly, we've lost that. And we have to now encourage people to think differently about education, such that employment is important, of course it is, but to the least of these is what we need to focus on. How are we now educating ourselves, developing ourselves, cultivating ourselves in such a way that whatever I decide to focus in academically, it provides some assistance to our respective communities. Not just where we live, but where we're embedded. Because as you all know, it's a joke, running joke. If you travel around the country, HBCUs, most of those are underdeveloped communities. And when they do develop, it's counter to what's needed. That is, they're removing us. And so I think that our schools have always set in that very particular and peculiar situation of how do you educate students, help them gain employment, but at the same time, keep their eyes focused on what's fundamentally needed. Social, political change afforded individuals who were not afforded the opportunity to sit around and think all day, which is important, but you gotta do something for the least of these.
I want to add to what you're saying. One of the fundamental components of the civil rights movement was a right to an education. That was one of the fundamental pieces that grounded the civil rights movement. And so knowing where you are, as you indicated, is very important. Those of you who are Morehouse students, Clark Atlanta, Spelman, et cetera, there's so much history that you're walking just right by every day that you might not realize. The Rufus C. Clement Hall was named after the longest serving president of Atlanta University. That building, when it was dedicated, was prayed over by Dr. Martin Luther King. Yes. So every time I tell my students, every time you walk into that building, I want you to think about where you are and who prayed over this building when it was dedicated. Dr. Clement and Dr. King would travel together on behalf of the civil rights movement. They were young people. Dr. Clement was 67 when he passed. He was a 30-year-old president of Atlanta University, served for 37. He was the longest serving president of Atlanta University. He was 67 when he passed. So he was a president of a college when he was in his 30s. I want you all to remember that. Around the corner, Booker T. Washington High School, the first public high school in Georgia. The founding president of Morehouse School of Medicine, Dr. Lewis Sullivan, did not grow up in Atlanta. He grew up in a southern part of the state. He came to Atlanta to live with people so he could go to Booker T. Washington High School, came to Morehouse College, founded Morehouse School of Medicine. So you're walking around so much history that you might not even realize every day. That should drive all of us in terms of how we think about education, how we think about ourselves, and this gift that you have to be here as students. You chose to be here, right? I know my son is a freshman here. He chose to be here, and it's not inexpensive to be here. And you all have lots of other choices. We're so glad that you're here, but we also want you to recognize the history that you're walking by every day. When you walk past certain trees and buildings and so forth, that's part of your legacy, your inheritance, and your gift as well. And I could go on and on about the history that's right here in this very community. If you've never been over to Booker T. Washington High School, you should go by there and just see the statue that's in front of that beautiful high school. It's one of the most beautiful high schools in the entire country, actually. And so much history is there that's directly tied to Atlanta University, Clark College, Morehouse College, Spelman, et cetera. So you're walking in your legacy when you're here, and so you have a responsibility. There is a responsibility that comes with that as well.
He knows I'm not going to let him have this back just yet, because I think you both have tipped off something that's critically important, and that is the responsibility piece of it. You are looking at individuals, I dare say all five of us have a commitment to the HBCU legacy. There's no question about that. We have an appreciation for the history and the contributions of those that came before us. That's not good enough for you all. Just to appreciate the history is not good enough. You have to build on it. We said good start, right? We acknowledge good start. To what end? An education for whose sake? This isn't about you. This is not just about you, right? This is about the generations who will come behind you. You know, the adage, we plant trees under whose shade we will never rest. So did King. So did the former presidents that were just articulated here, many of whom have touched HBCUs across the landscape. Benjamin Elijah Mays was a board member at Benedict College. My favorite quote, when called to do a thing, do that thing so well that no man living, dead, or yet to be born could do it any better. I dare you. I dare you. You have a responsibility to build on the legacy upon which you stand. And so this appreciation of history is beautiful. Go take a picture in front of the school, go walk by the statues and stand and appreciate them, but then commit to do something, right? Michelle Obama, do something. We have a moment. We're on the precipice of a critical moment, and you, the educated intelligentsia of the Black race, are required to do something with that gift that you're being given. So particularly excited to be on this campus. I too pay some tuition here, so I understand the pain, but I believe it to be worth it, as do your parents. And so I trust that you will do something with that investment.
At my HBCU, at freshman orientation at Grambling, they tell us that every HBCU is an historical monument, and you're stepping on sacred ground when you step on an HBCU campus. The trees, the buildings, the land, all of that was forged out of necessity, not by choice. So thank you both for that. I was going to come to you, Janae. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, my question to you, Janae, was what do you think? I wanted you to tie that legacy of, you know, those names that are so synonymous that I mentioned earlier, Medgar Evers. When you think of the civil rights movement, you think of those names, Medgar Evers, Rosa Parks, Stokely Carmichael. Tie that legacy to the promise of Brown for us.
Yeah, so thanks. I did want to talk about that and talk about, you mentioned a word that I use often in connection with Brown, and that is inheritance. And we all may have some connection to an HBCU, either directly or indirectly, but Brown is our collective inheritance. That's something that each and every one of us is benefiting from today. It's something that we have the opportunity to advance and build upon, as was suggested here. And I didn't get the first question, and I'm going to answer it now through this one. And so what does Brown mean to me? Brown to me is a beacon of what is possible. And if we think about what it did and what it stood for, at the time that Brown was being litigated, you had 5 cases in different courts in different parts of the country, all aiming to bring down a doctrine of separate but equal, which again was not simply about the idea of integration, but it was about the agency of Black people. It was about coming out from under the yoke of people telling you where you could be and could not be, what choices you had, what access you had to opportunity and to thriving. And so Brown was intended to bring that entire legal doctrine and an entire social structure to its knees and to eliminate it. And it did do that de jure. It did say that from there on, you could no longer say that Black people could not access certain things by law. Now, did it still exist de facto? Of course, we know that. And the power of that decision is indicated by the tremendous backlash that it engendered. There was massive resistance across the South, across, many states, even in the North. And that's because what it was aiming to do was something outrageously transformative for society. And so the fact that it was able to do half of the work and not all of the work is not the failure of Brown, it's the failure of this country. It's the failure of this society. It's the failure of the people who were charged with implementing Brown, of giving Brown the full scope of what the Supreme Court said in its opinion. So I think it is important for us to recognize what Brown did, what it was prevented from doing, and what we now have an opportunity to take up to complete and finish, or I should say advance the job, because the idea that we are in some way going to complete the work of racial justice is just not true, right? That's just in the soil, literally, and the DNA of this country, and we will always have to work to counteract those forces and that inertia. And that's why institutions like the Legal Defense Fund and HBCUs will always be necessary and relevant. But we have an opportunity to see what was missing from the implementation of Brown and to fill that void.
Thank you, Janae. Dean Turner, I want to talk to you for a minute about enrollment. After the murder, the lynching of George Floyd in May of 2020, we saw a beautiful mosaic and uprising of people of all races and colors from across the country rising up and finally saying they've had enough. And that also correlated with an increase in an interest in enrollment in HBCUs. So can you talk for a minute about how that relates to the same thing that we saw when HBCUs were founded, the other increase that we saw in the 1970s for HBCU enrollment, and how does that relate to what you're seeing on your campus today?
That's a big question. And to add another layer to the cake, we had COVID in the middle of all of that as well with the George Floyd incident, and I think that added another layer to the cake. When I started as dean in 2018 at Clark Atlanta, I was associate dean at Howard for 5 years before returning home to Clark Atlanta. I'm a Clark Atlanta alum as well, so I take it really personal. The AU Center in general. I actually worked at Morehouse College in the counseling center back in the 90s as well, so this is a secondary home for me as well. When I started as dean in 2018, in our teacher ed program, we had about 33 students. That was in 2018. Today, I'm proud to say we have over 105 students in teacher education. That didn't happen automatically. It didn't happen because Vice President Harris has been talking about HBCUs. I mean, I think that contributed to the popularity or the in terms of HBCUs and the increased focus on HBCUs. But the work has taken place with the faculty, being innovative and creative and engaging with those students, doing things that we've never done before. We're using avatars now in the classroom space, and that keeps students engaged and interested, especially this new generation who, once again, love that you grew up with smartphones, and that's what you know. And so teaching and just delivering a lecture is not always what you need or want. And so we're using avatars. We have something called Teach Live now. We have a demonstration classroom where we're being very innovative in terms of how we're preparing 21st century educators. And so that has helped our enrollment as well, because students talk to one another and they talk to each other instantly on TikTok and Instagram and Discord, which I'm still learning about that one, and many other platforms. And so the way that we teach has had to evolve, and I think that's also helped in terms of our recruitment. We did receive some financial assistance during COVID. That helped to sustain us partially. It wasn't a save-all, and I think you all would agree. But the work has taken place. The faculty and the staff at HBCUs work very, very hard. We wear a lot of hats, and we're not always compensated for all of the hats that we wear. But we work very hard to take good care of our students. And it's not just financially, it's not just academically. There are other ways that we support and encourage students. There's not a day that goes by that a student doesn't come by my office. They need other types of help. We still support a large number of first-generation college students at HBCUs. And so they can't call home and say, I need $100 for another book, or I'm short on food. And so we have a food pantry on our campus. We do all of those extra things to support and nurture and be there and love on our students. And so I think that's part of the secret sauce at HBCUs. And we have wonderful students, very resilient, et cetera. So what I'd like to share.
You know, I think on the enrollment question, so goes the nation, so goes HBCUs. So we saw this demand, this hunger for a culturally sensitive education in the 70s, post the peak of the civil rights movement. We see another peak, as it were, as it relates to our HBCUs at present in terms of enrollment, while we have yet to regain the enrollment that we had in the 70s. I mean, we're half of what we were at that time, which contributes to some of the financial challenges many of our institutions experience. However, I would suggest that the growth that we're seeing in this moment, Benedict in particular, looks a little more like Morehouse than it does like Spelman these days. We're 59% male, which is a really interesting trend. So we are now majority male and have been actually for several years at Benedict. And the growth this year, we saw 14% all male. Women's population was static and the male population grew. We're still trying to understand that trend. We're excited about it, but trying to understand it. It suggests to me that our young men are ready to come home. That doesn't mean that they don't have a place and space in other institutions and other places. That is the legacy of Brown, the choice, the opportunity, the ability to choose the institution that is right for you. It does mean that in this cultural milieu that we're currently experiencing, that is anti-intellectual, anti-Black, anti-everything we know and love, these young people are looking for safe space in which to grow intellectually, socially, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. And that is what our HBCUs do. That secret sauce that we continue to talk about really is that holistic approach to higher education that you do not experience at other institutions. And I know that to be true. I was a provost at a predominantly white institution, a graduate of an HBCU, but provost at a predominantly white institution before becoming a president and at an HBCU. My first presidency was at an HBCU. I had forgotten. I graduated from an HBCU, but I had forgotten. So when I got there and asked about enrollment, they said, well, we have 1,600, but 1,400 cleared. What is cleared? They don't use that language at PWIs. Fiscal clearance ain't a thing, right? My oldest went to Chapel Hill. It had to be paid in full by May or he couldn't enroll in August. 100% paid in full before he could enroll in August. At our institutions, we welcome our students. That is not because we want to, it's because we have to. We know our students have needs. So I had to learn what fiscal clearance meant at an HBCU. And I said, what does that mean? Well, that means they can't pay. Is that an option? Is that an option? It is because they're our children. It is because we take ownership of our children. We try to make a way. And so I think as you're seeing populations grow, while we're racing rapidly toward a majority-minority country, meaning children born today, there will be more children of color in this country in the next 6 to 10 years, under 5 years old in this country than there are currently majority white people, we're going to outnumber them, right, in short order. So now with this demographic cliff that we keep hearing tell about, suddenly you all are popular. Right? White schools suddenly want to talk to Black and brown young people. Why don't you come over here where the ice is colder? Newsflash. The ice may be cold, and that is true because ice machines cost money, and I ain't got none. And yes, I said ain't, and I meant it. I ain't got none. Cold ice, warm hearts, you pick. Cold ice, warm welcome, you pick. Cold ice, welcome home, you pick. I think that's why we're seeing enrollment upticks on HBCU campuses, because the world out there is really cold and it's not about the ice. And our children need a safe space within which they can grow and develop and learn and face the challenges of the world when they get out healthy, whole, and ready to take them on.
Professor Brown, are you going to respond? What was the question of Professor Davis? Enrollment.
Enrollment. Yes, we do have students. Yes. So for me, as a philosopher, I have to be very cautious about claims of causation, but I'll just speculate. I don't know if I should say blame, but I will say parents. And why do I say that? Because so many of our students come from the suburbs, and if they're in the city, they attend non-traditional public schools that Black students would have attended. So unlike when I was a student at Morehouse, we pretty much knew the schools our classmates came from. You from New York, if you did well, you went to Brooklyn Tech. That was it. We had 1 or 2 Bronx science guys, right? Those were the more elites. And then if you came from Chicago, if you did well, Whitney Young, so forth. We didn't hear CVS, whatnot. So what I've noticed now is our students are coming from suburban schools, the most elite city schools, and their parents, bless their hearts, had more insight than the student. That's why when you said, I was laughing, I think you laughed with me, when you asked about raising your hand because you chose some of my students I saw they didn't, because of the brilliance of their parents, boom, right here, said, we're going to transition, right? Amen. Yes, right. And that we've seen your life under the veil, and we're going to pull this off, and you come to Morehouse or any other respective historically black college. And so the beauty of our enrollment is we're bringing students, many by force, which I'm fine with. My mother made me come to Morehouse. Prescient, right? But the issue is they get here and want to stay. And I think that's most important. So you get here how you get here, but our responsibility is to make sure you want to be here. And the beauty is that I see during their first year here, being over the freshmen, they start to come in and say, you know what? Yeah, my parents made a good decision, right? And that's my guy right there. But I think we need to focus on why would somebody be interested in a black school when the country decries the irrelevance and the subordination of black thought itself? They don't respect black intelligence. And so when I engage a student who visits Morehouse and I say, what are the other prospective schools you're thinking? And then they start to, well, I got accepted to Harvard and I said, oh, so you all are going there next. No. So you would go to Harvard sight unseen, but you come here and complain about, oh, the windows over there aren't big enough, which is what a parent said. He didn't have a view. Then we get people who will say, well, what about the classes? What about the professors? Stop. You're going to Harvard not knowing one professor's name, never walking that campus. What is it about us as black people that requires evaluation and judgment? And that's the disrespect of black thought. And so my issue is our numbers may go up commensurate with the respect you have for your own black life. And so we're losing out, not just because of money, it's because of absolute, unadulterated disrespect for black folk. And so once we can hopefully, and I hate to say this, convince black folk that they matter. Because the middle class Negroes wanted to embrace all the accoutrements of being middle class other than paying for tuition. Because her difficulty as president is part and parcel of, well, my son got a full ride to such and such you. But to be in your demographic, those white people pay out of pocket. The University of Chicago, one of my graduate schools, $81,000 a year. Paid out of pocket. They don't hesitate. And they do have to pay early. I get a parent here, we're $52,000. Well, I saw what you pulled up in. You just told, I run a summer program for Morehouse. You can't put your son in a summer program because you all are going to the vineyard? I'm thinking, my God. So there's a double-edged sword here. Our numbers have gone up, but in the same instance, they should be double what they are if you respected black folk. And so I'm always upset because being a graduate of Morehouse, you will not disrespect Morehouse. We're not a consolation prize. And if a student comes here and tells me, well, you know I got accepted to Stanford, bye, go. Go. Because as everyone knows at a historically black college, I'm not gonna say that, but at a historically black college, you gotta realize this becomes family and home, and that's a double-edged sword too. True. That's why in our various offices on campus, students become so incensed with service, not because it doesn't exist at white schools, because you thought she was your aunt. Mm-hmm. That's it. And you expected something from her that you didn't have a right to expect. Yeah. But when I was at the white school, I won't mention at Harvard, and I went to retrieve my final grades, and the registrar comes out and says to me, "Are you a student here?" Now, my advisor was standing across from me and turns beet red. He was a white man. He was an endowed professor of the oldest endowed chair in the United States of America. He looked at me, he looked at her, and he started to tremble. Richard Reinhold Niebuhr is his name. If you know anything about theology, he's the nephew of Reinhold Niebuhr. Just look it up. He starts shaking. He said, "I'll vouch for him. He is." She apologized to him and went to retrieve my grades. He then looked at me. "Ilya, I'm so sorry." And this is the kicker. "I'm good. I went to Morehouse. They told me this would happen." That's what it means to go here. And so he kept saying, but I said, "Dr. Niebuhr, I'm all good." I'm waiting for her to become human. I'm already there, man. And so this is the point about why we don't go to our schools. The students who don't attend Morehouse or Fisk or Benedict, CAU, they fail to understand what the future may hold for them. And so I get to grasp on the tradition of every black school and every black student to walk these campuses. That's how we get our enrollment up, because I tell this story to parents. And if the parent didn't want to buy into what we have done and what we could do, he does need to go somewhere else. Because don't walk around my campus with this sullen disposition, drawing down the energy and the abilities of my other students, undermining the integrity of my black school because you don't like it. And my armchair psychology says, because you don't like you.
Yeah. We want to save some time for a Q&A, but we cannot have this conversation without talking about what's at stake for HBCUs in the election. And so I want to start with Janae and go down to have each of you to answer this final question. The election isn't in weeks. It's not in November. It's happening right now. Early voting started in Georgia yesterday. So we are in the midst of an election right now. But Janae, one of the things that's at stake in this election and that's on the ballot is access to the truth and what type of truth is going to be taught, and how the story of how HBCUs were founded out of necessity, whether that is going to be taught in schools. So can you talk about, from your perspective, what's at stake in this election for the truth, and how should we all be thinking about that as we go to the polls this November?
Yeah, so this election is characterized by mistruth, right? Just as a baseline fact, we know that even to cast an informed ballot, we have to sift through lies and mistruths and falsehoods to just get at the core of what's at stake. But if we've been paying attention before this election cycle, we know that there's been an assault on truth for quite some time. And most recently, following the executive order that you mentioned in my bio that was started in the Trump administration, that was an effort to ban diversity, equity, and inclusion, and to ban culturally responsive education. And I have always felt that this war on truth is the most critical one being fought in this moment. As much as I talk about voting rights and an election law, scholar and voting rights lawyer, it's really the attack on truth that is the most essential battle for all of us. Because if we don't understand the truth of our history, if we don't understand how we got to be in this unequal society, then we won't even know what we should be voting for. We won't even have to worry about, should we protest or not. All of the things that threaten the status quo will be lost to just a general misunderstanding of the truth of the matter. So right now at LDF, we have a pro-truth initiative. There's some folks here who have been working on this studiously, fighting bills in states like Georgia, South Carolina, and all states across the South that have tried to introduce bills not only to ban books, but to end a particular type of education in schools. And so we've countered that. We've been successful in many instances, and where we haven't been successful in the legislature in stopping those bills from being passed, we are bringing lawsuits. And we're also educating people to become members of school boards so they themselves can oppose that type of takeover, capture of our public school system. And truth is really on the ballot in every possible way here. And it is something that matters to HBCUs as well. If we think about the education that you get at an HBCU, someone talked about not learning about the Middle Passage until they were 18 years old. The history that you get, just the history that you heard on this panel alone about the predecessors, the forebearers that you are now walking in the shoes of, that alone gives you a basis for the success that I hope you all will have in your lives, no matter what path you choose. And you don't get that everywhere. And without adequate funding, these schools are challenged to give the full education that they can and that they have done for years as service. So all of that is on the ballot. The funding for HBCUs, the truth in K through 12 education, and of course, knowing whether we will even have a democracy to, to exist in at all is on the ballot. I could go on and on. We have reproductive rights on the ballot. We have the rights for LGBTQ plus people. We have so many other issues, economic issues, housing issues, just the ability to fight for racial justice is on the ballot this election. And it's important that we be clear-eyed about the stakes. And I just want to applaud the folks in Georgia who turned out in record numbers. First day of early voting yesterday, over 300,000 people voted. And if you are not in that number, don't let me start preaching on y'all. If you are not in that number, make your way to the polls. We are not here to tell you who to vote for, but I am here to tell you what to vote for, and that is your future.
I definitely agree. This will be my son's first time voting. He's once again, he's a freshman here at Morehouse College. So we're looking forward to that time when we're going to go vote together for the first time. So we get to celebrate that moment there. But there are a few key words I want you to think of when you go to vote. Think about student loans. Think about Pell Grant. Think about student loan forgiveness. Think about Project 2025. Think about the U.S. Department of Education. Think about the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that supports a lot of families in terms of housing and equitable housing and fair housing and homelessness and homeless students. Think about all of those things when you go into that and when you go vote. Just think about those things.
So I don't think there is any more profound explanation of why you should vote than what my colleagues have just given, except simply to bring it back to the subject for today, and that, of course, is celebration of Brown versus Board of Education. Understand that while that is the law of the land, we have seen the law change lately. We have seen with the makeup of the Supreme Court, decisions we thought would never be rolled back. Brown v. Board could be rolled back. Whether you choose Morehouse College, Benedict College, or any of the other 107 HBCUs, that's a choice, and you should have that choice. Do not allow your choice to be taken away from you, whether that is reproductive rights, your educational decision-making, et cetera. So think about Brown and think about what the world would look like without it, and then cast your vote.
Can we please celebrate these panelists though before we conclude?
And thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today, and thank you for our panelists for joining us in a candid discussion about misinformation here today in the AUC. Knowing that this is my first time voting in the election coming November 5th, and a lot of my peers in the audience, I'm excited to talk with you guys today. To get started, KJ, as a starting point, can you give us some collectively agreed upon definitions of mis and disinformation that can help guide us during today's conversation?
Well, yeah, thank you for the question, Kennedy, and thank you for taking on the task of leading us in this really important discussion. I do want to thank LDF and our host LDF, the Morehouse College's Office of Provost, and the Morehouse-Spelman Pre-Law Society for hosting us today in this really important conversation. It's really important to try to understand the difference between misinformation and disinformation, especially this election cycle. We're hearing both words used interchangeably. I'll talk, I think everyone has a different context based on the work they do, so I'll talk about it from the Leadership Conference's perspective of what mis and disinformation, the difference is, and really it's about intention. With misinformation, it's really about false information. It's about misconstruing a context or a fact. I think a strong example I use, especially because I mainly work in this sort of digital space on platforms and so on, is thinking about my mom on her WhatsApp group, sending a graphic saying Mark Zuckerberg is gonna start charging you for using Facebook unless you forward this graphic. Like Mark Zuckerberg is not on WhatsApp trying to figure out how many forwards are going around, right? But that's something that spreads. Disinformation is focused on the idea of actually trying to intentionally deceive voters. Or from our context, when we're talking about voting disinformation, we're talking about actual intentional efforts to deceive voters. And both can be, I do want to quickly say that both can be very dangerous, not only for our democracy, but also when it comes to communities of color. When you think about misinformation, we think about again, in a nonpartisan way at the presidential debate when they talked about Haitian immigrants eating pets, right? That started from a Facebook community group post, right? And that person who posted took it down and apologized for the fact that their post to a little community group somehow blew up into a much more dangerous narrative that led to bomb threats, right, and children not being able to go to school. Disinformation, I do think there are two quick examples when we think about voting disinformation that I do want to point out that clearly show like what it is that we're up against. One is in 2016, Douglas Mackey was found guilty of, he tweeted a picture of a African-American woman in front of a sign saying African-Americans for Hillary. Underneath the picture, her picture said, avoid the line, vote from home, text this number. The DOJ in their investigation found that 5,000 individuals actually texted that number. And the image that they had was using the campaign logo and slogans from the Hillary Clinton campaign. The other quick example to point out is in 2020, Jacob Wall and I'm forgetting the other individual as his co-conspirator in this, but they were fined $5 million for undertaking a robocall scheme that was calling voters and saying, if you vote by mail, your information will be put in a public database that police officers will use to track down old warrants and that credit card companies will use to track down whatever you may owe. Both examples I think are important to point out, especially because we think about who are they targeting? Who are the individuals that they're actually trying to create this fear in? It's marginalized folks who have histories of issues with with credit, and in general, it is trying to find those who are already distrustful of the system to again perpetuate it by using graphics and other sort of deepfakes to perpetuate that message.
Thank you for that. And a big word that you used was intention, and that leads me to my next question. In your work at the Center for Civil Rights and Technology at the Leadership Conference for Civil and Human Rights, what are some of the mis- and disinformation narratives your team is addressing, and how are you working to combat them?
I'm looking at Issa because I feel like she's going to have a lot to add to this as well. I'll quickly say, so at the Leadership Conference, we have an apparatus that we've put together. We work with Common Cause and Spitfire Strategies where we track disinformation, misinformation narratives that are trending, and then we focus on creating debunking messaging, pre-bunking messaging, inoculation messaging. There are three categories that we're really tracking right now. The first is just straight up false information when it comes to voting. So creating distrust around the idea of the security behind the ballot box. Voting, creating doubt around the idea of mail-in ballot. Drop-offs, right? Those are creating just general doubt around the idea of if you participate in the voting process, your vote will not count. And here's what they're saying. The second category is just trying to create general doubt around what the potential result may be from the election. So this is sort of what I call the preemptive disinformation. And so we see a lot of the narratives that are pushing around that you see, here in Georgia, again, when you saw I got overturned by a judge, but the idea of how each ballot must be counted by hand, right? Again, trying to sow seeds of doubt that whatever the outcome is, well, it wasn't counted by hand, so of course we can't trust the results there. There are other efforts in that realm. The second sort of main narrative that we see on preemptive, sort of trying to destroy the confidence in the election process, is around non-citizen voting. Again, saying that you can't trust the results because folks who shouldn't be voting are actually doing it. And the third area that we're not there yet, we were just talking about this before this, but again, what we're planning on seeing post-election day, we know we're going to start seeing doubt being created around the actual certification process, as well as attacking individual election officials to, again, cast doubt on their validity in the process.
Thank you. Mis- and disinformation has been an increasingly hot-button topic in society, especially with the rise in technology and social media platforms. But mis- and disinformation has been weaponized against Black people to undermine their civil rights long before the age of technology. Isosa, the battle for desegregation following Brown versus Board of Education was met with misinformation and extreme resistance, especially by school districts here in the South. What parallels can we draw between the historical efforts to undermine desegregation in the post-Brown period of retrenchment and today's mis- and disinformation campaigns and elections?
Is that it? Thank you so much for the question. It's a great one, and I think it kind of dovetails very nicely to these previous comments on what mis and disinformation is, why it's dangerous, what we've seen, before and what we're seeing right now. You know, first, if anyone's family or friends tells them that they've voted online or voted by text, please follow up with them, because that is usually almost always not possible. So I just want to first, let's talk about why disinformation is effective. Why is it such a scary term? Why has it taken down communities, countries, democracies? Why is it so poisonous? One of the main reasons is because disinformation works very similar for all of us. Our brains work very similarly, regardless of your background, education, income. And what does that mean? It means that the more times you hear something, the more likely you are to believe it's true, and the more likely you are to believe other people believe it's true as well. Our brains are programmed to substitute repetition for truth. It's how we teach little kids things, right? It's still how our brain processes information. And so if you have the ability to put a certain message, an incorrect message, in front of people over and over and over and over again, you can have really detrimental effects. That's why, you know, the current social media environment is so dangerous, because they're pre-programmed to put information in front of you over and over again. And that's why also when you have the microphone of the leader of a country, or you have the power of the state to push that message over and over again, you see that. And to your point on history, you know, at Onyx Impact, we often say that, you know, disinformation is as old as white supremacy, right? And when you're looking at our history, for generations, they have been trying to thwart civic participation in Black communities using mis and disinformation. From when you look at the history of desegregation, especially, you know, the Mississippi Sovereignty Commission comes to mind, and which was a organization created by the state post Brown v. Board in order to further the state's interest as it related to desegregation, which was to not desegregate. And how did they do this? How did the MSC do this? They waged a disinformation campaign. They waged a propaganda campaign. They found Black folks to say that they loved segregated communities, that there was nothing better. You know, they put those folks front and center over and over and over again. They spread false information about what desegregation would mean for your community, for your taxes, for what have you. They spread lies to a lot of the white, sympathetic community members across Mississippi to say that race relations were actually incredibly good. To make it so that those folks were more likely to stay on the sidelines for any type of desegregation battle. And so it was a actual state-sponsored propaganda disinformation campaign to try to make it seem like, to try to stop desegregation. We see these same tactics used over and over and over again. You know, we are seeing, Onyx Impact has seen in this cycle, inauthentic messengers be used to push messages of disengagement. You know, we're monitoring 3 main narratives as it relates to the Black community right now in Black online spaces that are of most concern to us because of the likelihood that they move folks away from the ballot box. The first is that, and these are specific to the Black community, not overall. The first is that, you know, it's not strategic for Black folks to vote because we haven't received tangibles. We're hearing that false message spread across spaces. The other And, these are folks that are profiting off of division in our community. The second is that is a very misleading conversation as to who is and who is not Black. That is, in its reality, a repackaged birtherism conspiracy from 2019 that's now been pushed into Black circles. And then the third is revisionist history type narratives to try to make it seem like there's no reason to vote, there's no difference between parties, candidates, proposals, what have you. All of these things we're trying to make sure are, one, put in the proper context, two, debunked, and three, make sure that folks, especially young Black folks, are getting better information.
Thank you. And hearing just about the context of misinformation through the ages of time, and here in Georgia, Roslyn, with your work with the New Georgia Project, are you able to give us a bit more context about the history of voter suppression, particularly here in Georgia?
Thank you. I'll take any mic. Thank you for that question, Kennedy. I think the beautiful part about being on this panel is that I don't have to cover everything. The exciting part is that I do get a chance to offer a little bit of storytelling. I am a Southern woman of a certain age. So I remember growing up in Duval County, Jacksonville, Florida, just across the Georgia border. And I remember hearing about a beautiful couple, the Moores, NAACP activists who were registering people to vote. That was their mission, their work. And for that reason, their house was bombed and they were killed. My father was a community organizer. He identified as a pastor instead. My mother was a community organizer. She identified as a teacher instead. We always had people at the house organizing, whether it was to address a school board issue or a city ordinance, or to register people to vote. I knew as a child that made my life precarious. I understood that I was putting my life on the line, and so were my parents, for the purpose of liberation and justice. Methodist Episcopal Church, where my father was a pastor and a presiding elder for 46 years. And every year we had a voter registration campaign. It was a part of our practice of Christianity. It was a part of our faith tradition. It was a part of our cultural tradition to make sure that folks understood how important every single election was and why we had to vote. So when I got to be old enough to think I had something to say worth listening to, I was talking and organizing on these issues. As a Howard University student, I was out in the streets, not only after the Rodney King verdict, but before that, making sure people were registering to vote. It was inbred in me. So when in 1994, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights and the Independent Electoral Commission were looking for some students to go and be trained as official election observers in the country of South Africa that was having their first all-race free and fair election, their first democratic election. I got on the short list. I was selected to be among 5 students who traveled. And we worked in Johannesburg, we worked in Cape Town. And all of a sudden, the stories that I'd lived with hearing my parents and my aunties and my uncles and all the church mothers and the church fathers talk about, I was seeing in real life. I was seeing people being brought into election polls on the back of work trucks, driven by the owners of the plantations on which they worked. And many of them would open their hands and you'd see that they had glued or taped a picture of Mandela to the center of their hand so that they were able to identify on the ballot who the candidate was that they wanted to vote for, but it was a secret, so they had to hold the hands like this. Because what they were told before they got on that work truck was that they had to vote for the National Party, and they did not have an option or they'd lose their job. See, I'd heard stories like this growing up in Jacksonville, Florida. We don't think about this as misinformation and disinformation, but it is. It's an actual threat to your livelihood. And ultimately, what we were able to do in South Africa to combat those threats was to actually make sure that we were there in those polling stations monitoring what was happening. One of the things that I often like to tell people about is a man who was actually standing there with an AR-15, an officer in military fatigues, and he started faking like he was shooting, making a sound similar to bullets. And you could see the fear on the people's eyes. That threat against their livelihood actually could have made them turn and walk away. Now, the New Georgia Project, where I am honored to work, is making sure that we have poll monitors, vote defenders, even clergy counselors at the polling stations, because we anticipate that there will be need for de-escalation. I'm offering this to you because my wonderful colleagues over here, y'all raise your hands, stand up, from the New Georgia Project and the New Georgia Project Action Fund. We represent Black, brown, and young voters who are often being pitted against each other as a part of a divide and conquer technique where we are actually having to combat the mis and disinformation that would have us turn on each other. I know that you are reading all the stories in the press. We need to stop thinking about what we read as though it is fact. At a very basic level, we need to understand that a lot of what we read are lies and rumors and garbage designed to keep us away from the polls. Our team is working hard every day. We don't miss a moment. And when I tell you every day, I mean Saturdays and Sundays too, to make sure that voters throughout the state of Georgia understand how important their vote is and that they understand that whether it's in the context of immigration or hurricane relief or election denialism or reproductive rights, that ultimately our voices are needed, they matter, and we have the power to change not just this country, but the world.
Thank you for that. That gave us so much context, not only on your story to where you are today, but your work with the New Georgia Project and how pivotal that is in today's society. You're welcome. In his unanimous opinion in Brown versus Board of Education, Chief Justice Earl Warren celebrated education as a fundamental pathway to citizenry and democracy. Tevin, in light of recent efforts to censor historical truths and curriculum and strip fundamental protections in voting rights, how does misinformation about history threaten this pathway and weaken the democracy?
Yes, so with HBCU students specifically, I say we because I'm a little 6 years out, but you all as students, we share things so fast, and where information is gathered from, whether it's TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, or just word of mouth, it is spread so quickly. And so when factual information is not considered or it's a step process to actually look things up, check 3 sources before you just put things out, that can lead to very harmful conversations, very different beliefs, and people take that as just what it is. And so when I want people to think about when they are sharing information and when you think about when people are in the classroom and they're not being taught factual information, they're just being taught a watered down version of things. There's not a deeper dive into what else is the missing story here? Because sometimes there is some truth into what is being told, but that truth is not laid out in a way where you can actually get the full story of something. And so you walking around and share that story, and there's a game we played as kids where it was like the messenger, like I'll go whisper a word to you, he pass it all the way down. And by the time it gets all the way back to this side of the room, it is a completely different story. And so that is a really huge thing of how we have to keep in mind as education is being taught differently in states where state legislatures are intentionally wanting you to learn this specific way. That is damage. That is a way that is going to harm what the generations that are coming up are learning. And so when you start talking to the youth, be mindful that they may be learning something completely different than what we were taught as we were coming up in age. And so what I like to say is that as HBCU students, to be an HBCU student means to be a civically engaged student and to be an informed student. And so it's important for us as alum and students and just advocates to know our role in this piece is that we're not just sharing. I know Megan said it before. When you see them big old black letters with the white backgrounds, pause before you share that and wait for reliable sources. So what I always say, what I learned in Mac 300 with Mac 101, it was a communications class back in 2015. My professor told us, if you have not found 3 reliable sources of factual information, do not share that. Because if you do, now you're gonna get a 0 on your assignment because you are spreading this information and you documented that. So when you wanna repost things or share things, I learned something very well from Asosa is that don't entertain it. If you see things that just seem a little bit too, this probably can't be true, don't engage with it. Don't even try to even if you're trying to combat it, sometimes I'll be on Twitter, so I want to have a conversation and say my piece, but sometimes it's not needed because you are also sharing that information that is inaccurate. And so it's going to continue to spread the way the algorithm goes. And so it is doing damage in the way that our generation and generations upcoming are using social media as that news source. And so they're not typically, everyone's not watching the MSNBC or reading the Washington Post. They're getting their information at 8 a.m., going to go check social media, and it's being passed around. And so it's a challenge in the classroom, it's a challenge in the social space, and just as we walk and pass throughout our campuses, how information is shared with us. So just be mindful, y'all, and we are college educated folks, and it's important for us to do our part in the role to spread accurate information.
Yes, that is most definitely true.
And sorry, speaking of NBC, I just wanted to also congratulate Devon on being named a democracy hero, a national democracy hero by NBC. His work, he is the definition of walking the walk and doing the work that we all do that is so good. So congratulations.
Thank you, Fran.
Amir, you led an initiative at the Legal Defense Fund Black Voters on the Rise that works to defend and build Black political power with a particular focus on leveraging the potential of the rise of Generation Z of young Black voters in this upcoming election. As a first-time voter in the upcoming election myself, what can I and other students do to play our part in combating misinformation and disinformation?
Well, thanks for the question, and also I want to give a special thanks to all of the students who are in the room today for being here, because we are 3 weeks away from an incredibly important election, and the fact that you're here shows that you are committed and that you are dedicated to protecting our democracy. And so I just want to give you guys a shout out for being here today. I think I'd like to start by answering this question by noting that young people are going to play a huge role in this election. The number of people who are entering the electorate is about 8 million people. 8 million new voters are entering the electorate since the last presidential election. Of that 8 million people, almost half are people of color. That is power. That is a tremendous amount of power that people of color, that young people of color are going to wield in this election cycle. And so that is power that can be leveraged for good and that can be leveraged in a way that helps other people access the ballot box. And so the question, is what can young people do to help spread accurate information and combat misinformation? I think Tevin touched on a lot of some of the best practices that we generally talk about when we talk about how to combat misinformation. The best antidote for mis or disinformation is accurate information, right? So the strategies that we use to try to combat mis and disinformation at LDF are really focused on flooding the information space with as much accurate information as we can. And so, thinking about some of the buckets of mis and disinformation that have already been named, misinformation about basic things like election dates. We've seen through some of our election protection work, billboard signs being put up with the wrong election date, right? We've seen examples of robocalls going out to specifically targeting Black voters or rural voters, saying that you can vote online, you can vote by phone, you can tell me yes or no on the phone right now, or you can say the name of the candidate that you want to vote for right now, and you don't have to go out on election day. Yeah, it's happening as we speak. And so the best antidote to that type of mis and disinformation is getting the right information out there. And I think young people play an incredibly important role in making that happen because you have a platform. A lot of people tend to say that young people are not civically engaged, they're apathetic, they don't care about elections, they don't vote, which is not true. Of course, we know that young people have voted in significant numbers in the past several election cycles. And we also know that this generation of young people, Gen Z, is one of the most civically engaged generations that we've seen in a long time. And so there is a role that Gen Zers can play in helping to spread accurate information through the various channels that young people tend to use. We just talked about social media. We've talked about different platforms that young people tend to use more than the traditional news cycle or news media, news sources that we look at. And so those are all opportunities to spread accurate information and get information in the hands of those who most need it. Another thing that I think is really important, and we just heard about the incredible role of poll observers and election monitors, right? Anyone in this room can serve as a poll monitor for this election cycle. Anyone in this room can serve as a poll monitor for this election cycle starting today. Early voting has started in Georgia. Early voting has started in Georgia. You can be a poll monitor today. First, go vote, and then you can monitor the polls. And that is such a powerful role because you are able to serve as a resource for people who need information, who need accurate information. We've heard stories from our poll monitors at polling locations when they're there monitoring and observing what's going on. People will come up to them because they wear, they'll wear a shirt and say, I'm a nonpartisan poll monitor. So they're identifiable at polling locations. And voters will come up to them and say, you know what? I just had this experience inside of the polling location where they told me my name wasn't on the rolls. And they told me that I needed to, go somewhere else to go vote because this isn't my correct precinct. And a poll monitor in that situation can say, okay, well, let me help you find your correct polling location online. Let's pull it up on the website real quick and see where you're registered to vote. I think a lot of people also don't consider that mis and disinformation is not only, it doesn't only impact voters, it also impacts poll workers. Right? Poll workers are also susceptible to getting the wrong types of information. Oftentimes, they don't get the right types of training and information from the authorities who provide that. And so they might be giving out wrong information to voters on the spot. And poll monitors, nonpartisan poll monitors, are able to help cure those situations. They're able to provide the right type of information. And LDF and NGP and so many other great organizations in Georgia do poll monitoring work. We provide training. We equip you with all of the tools and the resources that's necessary to be able to serve in this role. And so I highly encourage everyone in this room to consider being a poll monitor for this election cycle, starting today.
Can I follow up on that? And we can help you with that. See me afterwards. Oh yeah, if anyone's, everyone on this panel can help you, and being a poll monitor is so much fun. Highly recommend. But I think this is such an important question as to what can folks do right now in this room. I just want to continue because Onyx Impact, we've done polling on news and information, and young folks and young Black folks especially. And the truth of the matter is that only 15% of young Black people are getting their news from cable news. Right, and the numbers go to 34% when you start looking at Instagram and TikTok and YouTube and social media platforms, right? And so one of the things that Onyx Impact did was put out a report in like the first quarter of this year saying, look, there is a fundamental disconnect between where we are sending the best and most trusted information and where young Black folks are getting their news and information from. And we need to be prioritizing these media platforms, what we call gateway influencers, that a lot of bad actors actually target as well to push bad narratives. We need to be targeting those same media platforms, spreading accurate and trustworthy information. And so if you have a podcast, a radio show, if you are yourself an influencer online, y'all are reaching a ton more people than like the average journalist is gonna reach, right? And so using your platform, have you shared, where folks get your local board of elections website? Have you debunked some mis- and disinformation? Have you uplifted the policies or the reasons why you're voting? These platforms, we should be going onto the Breakfast Club. We should be going to the Shade Room. We should be going to the places where people are actually engaging with news and information. And so I think that is extremely, extremely important when we're talking about this question in particular.
And sticking with, shifting gears back to Amir a little bit, in today's society where both education and electoral processes are under coordinated attacks, what role does a robust, accurate history play in equipping young citizens like myself in remaining civically engaged?
Oh, it's essential. I think understanding history helps us understand the moment that we're in, right? And so we in 2020 we saw historic turnout across the board, but particularly among Black voters and other voters of color. And what we saw in response to that historic turnout was a barrage of voter suppression bills passed at the state level, particularly in southern states, but not only in southern states, all across the country. And we also saw a flood of mis and disinformation using new tactics like artificial intelligence and other things that we hadn't encountered before. And we saw a lot of these tactics, voter suppression laws, AI, mis and disinformation, being specifically targeted at Black voters and other voters of color who had historic turnout levels in 2020, right? In very, very targeted ways. And so it's important to understand the context in which this is happening. This isn't the first time that this has happened. This isn't the first time that we've seen a dramatic exercise of political power by Black people met with incredible backlash by white supremacy. And so we have to learn from those experiences that we've been through as a country and how we've come out of those experiences in order to understand, okay, we need to figure, these are the strategies that we need to use. This is how we combat the moment that we're in right now. And this is the importance of us showing up in the streets, at the polls, anywhere that you go. This is why we have to be mobilizing like we haven't mobilized before. And so I think understanding history is essential to being able to be an informed citizen and participate civically in our country.
Thank you. I want to hear everyone's perspective on this question. So how can we safeguard against the rise in artificial intelligence used to spread mis and disinformation?
This is one of those that I talk to my students a lot about. I was laughing when you talked about your professor and the comments about sources and sourcing. In my classes, I'm always emphasizing that we've got to understand the difference between sponsored news And that's a joke, right? What a misnomer. Sponsored news and actual news, right? So if we're getting information from a site or an outlet, whether it's legacy media or emerging media, we're talking about recognizing the difference between news and commentary. And it's important for us to be really clear about that. That ultimately, when we're watching certain channels or we're actually following certain threads or feeds, that we're actually engaging in taking on the perspectives of those other people who are sitting behind that story and really creating it to manipulate your fears and your hopes and your dreams. And when we recognize that, we can also see that the artificial intelligence that we now use ad nauseum is actually putting thoughts in our brains. Have you ever had that moment when you're actually texting somebody and your little suggestion part of the text starts giving you words and you start talking using the words of the AI? That's a problem, because ultimately when you're doing that, and all too often my students are doing that on papers, on exams, they're taking for their own voice the product of an AI engine that is actually being filled with content that may have nothing to do with your political orientation, your worldview, your culture, your experience. And so when you take on somebody else's words, typically we call that plagiarism. Typically we call that a real breach in integrity and ethics. What we're getting too comfortable with, thanks to artificial intelligence, is that we can actually do it faster. We can do it quicker. We can respond easier and then go out and do the things that we consider fun. But the difficulty is that when we take that approach, we're actually becoming a part of the problem. When we're recognizing ourselves as a trusted source of information to whom our network actually comes and relies, people come to your social media pages because they want to know what you think. And you might very well be spreading the misinformation and disinformation that is similar to the plantation owner giving the worker a picture of the person that they want you to vote for and telling you that your work depends on it, as opposed to actually having that picture in your hand. Because see, in some places we recognize that people don't all read. Literacy is not actually as common as we tend to act like it is. And so maybe we need to rethink how we do our ballots. Maybe we need to actually add pictures like they do in other countries. Maybe we need to start challenging the version of democracy that we're accepting. This representative democracy is not direct democracy, and it doesn't even allow for a plurality of perspectives. That means that in many countries, you can actually vote, and whoever gets the vote gets that much representation within their particular district. In this case, it's winner takes all. So maybe we need to challenge that very notion in and of itself as undemocratic.
I think that this question on AI and technology and its impact is so important and huge. Something we often say that we're seeing is that the cost of spreading disinformation is approaching zero, while the cost of accessing truth is getting more and more expensive every day. How much does it cost to subscribe to a newspaper? What is the time cost to go find the correct information, right? The power of AI is that, as Rosalind said, it's cheaper, right? It's also more persuasive in a lot of different ways because it can put different images in front of you until it finds one you like very, very, very quickly. And so when you're talking about mis and disinformation and you're talking about a problem of amplification, with artificial intelligence, there is maybe nothing that can amplify messages as quickly, persuasive messages as quickly. And so one of the things that we know is that AI is so good right now, let's talk about voice AI, that folks cannot tell the difference between an AI-generated version of their spouse's voice and the real thing, right? Image AI. There are companies dedicated to spotting or proving that images are false, that those companies whose entire job and livelihood are saying that they're only going to be able to do this for another 2 or 3 years before it's not going to be possible to tell NBC that actually this picture of the Pentagon is false, which happened last year. And so this is not simply a problem of discernment on the audience, right? We are talking about something that fundamentally needs to be approached at the national government level. It's not going to be, I as Sosa am going to be able to spot the AI generated version of XYZ when 99% of people can't. Right? We need laws that say you actually can't use AI generated images in campaign ads. You just can't. You can't do XYZ. And so I think that one of the things that we're going to have to get really comfortable with is kind of stopping this massive shift towards AI in certain places that can have the most problematic impact until we can learn more and do better.
Can I just jump in? I know I saw the Q&A sign come up, but I'd be remiss, at the Center for Civil Rights and Tech, this is, like, my first day on the job was literally the day the White House released a AI executive order. And so this idea of how to regulate AI has been on our mind, has been on our mind for the past year. It's important to point out that voter suppression is not a new tactic, right? Digital mediums, it's just a new battlefield to play, but it's the same fight that's happening. The one thing that's interesting in talking to different groups is that when you talk about AI being like this, the boogeyman that's going to like make it, ruin democracy, but then you talk to other folks and they're like, no, but I use AI to make my life easier, my job easier. I'm able to take notes when I'm sick or whatever, right? And so I do think it's important. I've been trying to sort of slowly sprinkle in a little bit of optimism when it comes to sort of the proliferation of AI. Not in the context of voting, deepfakes, and all that. So I do want to point, there are like 4 things I would just quickly point out when we're thinking about how can we, like on the ground, think about stopping the spread of disinformation when it comes to AI. The first is Congress is not doing anything, but states are starting to propose legislation saying that there needs to be more transparency and accountability in AI-generated images. And so if that comes up in this state or wherever folks are watching this from, to push for that, to push for accountability and transparency within AI-generated images. The second is the public education piece, which everyone's been talking about here, right? Like take that idea of actually verifying information and spreading that widely. The third is, I do believe, this is the optimistic part of me, right? I do think that AI can be used in a way to track, to actually fight some of these things that we're worried about. And I use the example of a woman who started up a company called Appraisal Insights. She was working for an appraisal company, found that Black folks were being completely screwed over when it comes to appraising their homes. And so she created, using AI tool, created a mechanism for folks to get an objective answer in terms of what their actual value of their house is. That we should think about how to bring that into these spaces that we're concerned about. And the final point I'll make is be very careful about not spreading the same disinformation that we're trying to fight, right? I've seen folks sometimes will retweet things and be like, this is false. And it's like, you need to put an X through it. You need to not contribute to that conversation. So for folks who are seeing it, again, they may be good actors, but to again, be mindful of not adding to the bad ecosystem.
Thank you for your insights, and thank you all for joining us here today on this panel. Rounding out this discussion, I want to give our audience an opportunity to ask any questions. So I ask that if you have any questions, may you please line up on this side of the stage. Thank you.
You got it. I see it. Come on.
Or you can stand where you are and
Hello, my name is Joshua Gandy. I'm a graduating senior political science major, economic minor from Mobile, Alabama. So I know earlier you were talking about how many Black people face kind of they're not sure if really voting actually works. They're not sure if voting in African Americans, people who look like them, really is effective in this system. So considering that you were fighting back against that, how can you say, what information can you use to present to these people in order to kind of make them more optimistic about voting in people who look like them and just having more descriptive representation in America?
Let me ask you a question, Joshua. Have you ever heard anyone tell white folks not to vote? That question. Questions are very helpful when pushing away mis and disinformation. Questions that kind of answer themselves. We've actually found that question is one of the most persuasive questions to show to young Black folks in particular when trying to persuade them to be more motivated. It actually moves young Black men almost 9 points to be more inspired and motivated about voting. Just that simple question, right? Where we see these narratives online, and again, I'm specifically talking about what this is actually called malinformation. The third part of the information, it's true information that is used with the intent to harm, whether it be hacked materials or doxing somebody, or in the case of Black communities, often taking historical or current harms and pushing them in front of folks over and over and over again as a reason or rationale to not vote. And so what we see in these spaces is folks say, we haven't received any quote unquote tangibles. We haven't, nothing has changed, these revisionist history narratives. And so what's important to do is to, not just in election years, but consistently uplift the work that is being done to move Black folks forward. Like, I mean, for the first time in our history, we have a Black agenda on the presidential ballot, right? Like this is what folks have been asking for. And so I think it's incredibly important to not just, for the folks that are in these online spaces, ask them the right questions, but also uplift what they, uplift the actual progress being made. You know, one of the narratives we saw in this space a ton was that that Black folks have never gotten a hate crimes bill. That was viral for a very long time. And you know, I would ask people, who do you think the first hate crime bill was for? Or the second or the third? Like, you know, they're very easy ones to debunk. If Biden signed one for Black folks, Obama signed one for Black folks, X, Y, Z. But again, it's feeding off of a very real concern and distrust of institutions and what has been and has not been accomplished. So we need to be, this is why we need to be putting information onto the places where young Black folks actually are, right? We need to be uplifting where there are wins, where there is progress, and how the political process works. Sorry, that was way too long of an answer.
Dittoed all of that. I just want to add one thing, which is, you know, I think what we've seen during this election cycle is that a lot of people are disenchanted with the candidates at the top of the ballot, right? And I think one thing that we have to remind folks is that there are a lot of candidates underneath those folks, right? There are a lot of down ballot races, and there are a lot of races for offices that actually have a much more direct impact on our day-to-day lives, right? Like my, you know, county board of supervisors in Hinds County, Mississippi, that's where I live, they make decisions that will impact my day-to-day life in a much more significant way than my congressperson does or my senator does, right? And and to Isosa's point, those are also offices where decisions are made that can be clearly identified as wins for Black people and other people of color, and those wins are actually much more easy to identify at that level. So it's easier to help motivate folks to vote in those races. And so I'm not saying that we should tell people don't vote for president, vote for everything else. But I think that it's important for us to highlight that elections are for multiple different races at all different levels, and each of the races has a very important impact on everyone's life.
Are there any more audience questions? You can just project.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kyla Emery. I'm a junior English major, political science minor on the pre-law track at Morehouse-Spelman, and I'm from Chicago. So my question is, I think during this election cycle, students like myself have done a lot of work to excite our peers and actually allow them to, or force them to care about these issues that lie ahead. But I'm concerned after November 5th that a lot of that engagement will drop off. So how do you think we can continue to engage our peers in the problems that face us? Because after November 5th, the work still there's still much work to be done. So how do you think we can continue to engage our peers?
Can I jump in real quick before you go?
Go ahead, Tavon.
My Chicago sister, hey. Love this question because that is the entire purpose of why Vote HBCU exists.
Yes.
And this is a year-round effort. And so what I tell students when we go around for our tour we just did, this should not be a thing that only happens every 4 years because that's not how engagement works. When you go on a date with somebody, you don't go with them on a date today and then you go meet up with them again 4 years later and expecting the exact same outcome. That's not what it is. And so you have to really push to ensure that civic engagement is part of the culture embedded into HBCUs. What we do with Vote HBCU, we merge HBCU culture and civics into one, where it is an actually engaging thing where for the tour, we think about events like homecoming. I know y'all about to have homecoming next weekend. And you're gonna have a ball. And imagine if, I've not been there before. Imagine an event like that and it's talking about how much power and just the community that comes together. So imagine an event like that happens every single year before homecoming, maybe when you kick off the semester. So when students are enrolled into the schools in the AUC, part of that registration process is ensuring that if you all are students that are not from Georgia, and you are now coming to a school in Atlanta, Georgia, or across the state, you are a part of that community. Atlanta, Georgia is home for you for the next 4 years. If you decide to go over to School of Medicine, you're now here for additional years. So if you are not a registered voter in this community, then you don't have a say in who your city council will be, your mayor, your state representatives, and so you expect students to only vote every 4 years. And so that engagement cannot exist only in that one way. And so think about all the events that you all enjoy to do and find ways to incorporate civic engagement. What we've done this year, we have ensured that I was at Clark Atlanta for the debate watch party. We had a great time. And there maybe 11 o'clock at night. They had pizza, we had snacks, we were just talking, and it was just good energy. We are doing another partnership with Tony Chocolini, ensuring that students have chocolates and pizza at their election night watch parties on election night. We had an event at Claflin called Let's Talk About It. We partnered to get tacos at their school and they talked about politics. Think about all the different things. The folks in the room that are on dating apps. Think about different issues that you care about and use a game that's like a dating app and you're going left and right on what issues you care about. So try to embed that culture into what y'all already do, and it does not end. The work we kicked off started in 2020, and we've been on the ground doing the work with HBCU students since then. And some people have been talking to us and saying, oh, you did this work for the HBCU candidate on the ballot? That makes no sense. How can I get 10 HBCUs to say yes for us to go on campus? Y'all know how people respond to emails. That's impossible. So know that the engagement has to be consistent. You have to engage HBCU students, not only early, but often. So let's make it work. And the funding.
I think it's really important for us to centralize something that Fannie Lou Hamer, Ella Baker, James Lawson, and so many like them, Bayard Rustin, so many like them centralized. Organize, 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 and then organize some more. Because ultimately, when it all comes down to it, if we're not doing this year-round organizing, we are losing people. The New Georgia Project registered 55.5 thousand new voters this year. In the third quarter alone, we were able to actually register more than 3,200 new voters per week for about 3 or 4 weeks, right? These young people that are sitting right behind you, they don't play. And they are serious about this work. And I would encourage you and any students at the AUC or any college campus to connect with our organizers, not only at NGP, because we're not the only ones doing the work. I am just suggesting my team because I know they bad like that, right? So I love the way that we approach the work, and we approach it in a way that Isosa was mentioning. Funding is important because this is crucial. What we do is we stay in our strategic partners' faces. We help them to understand that the one sure way to make sure that people are going to be engaged when it's an election year is to make sure that you are in conversation with them and organizing with them before the election year. So if we're not getting the funding and the partnership and the strategic assistance and the capacity building year-round, every year, this cannot happen. This can happen simply because this is an organization through all of its past leadership, all the way back to the founding by Stacey Abrams, has centered and prioritized getting out into communities, having organic and unique conversations, whether it's on a front door porch or sitting outside playing spades, because we recognize that the culture of the people is what is central, and it is beautiful, and it is gorgeous and loving and kind, and we are not ever gonna give that up. We will have the opportunities to come to your campus, to come to your dorm, to come to whatever your church or civic or faith community meeting is, and we will make sure that we will do that 365. It will not be we just gonna show up and beg for your vote right before the election. I don't know about you, but I have folks who come into my congregation regularly right before the election, and all of us shut down on them. We just sit there like, when you gonna sit down and shut up? Because we haven't seen you until it's time for you to get something out of us. Nah, we're not playing that game anymore. We recognize that holding ourselves accountable means that we also get to hold everybody else accountable. And so what we're looking to do is to actually have an army of organizers who are going and staying in the faces of these candidates that we're about to vote into office. And we're the people who we're getting out of office because they passed legislation like SB 202 that did nothing but try to eliminate the progress we made in 2020. We're going after those legislators. We are going to vote them out of office. They get fired this year. And when we fire them, we're going to put in their place people who actually show up for us year-round, 365.
Let's get a round of applause.
Can I add one more thing?
I just want to add one thing based on this. I love the idea of firing our elected officials. Because democracy only begins at elections, right? We have to think about democracy as a 365-day-a-year approach, because as soon as we hire our elected officials by voting for them, we have to keep them accountable, right? If you hired someone, you wouldn't wait 4 years to supervise them or tell them that they're doing something good or bad, right? You would always keep them accountable regularly. That's how we have to treat our elected officials too. And that means, what are some ways that we can do that? We can go to our city council meetings. We can go to our board of supervisors meetings. We can go to our election commission meetings. Public meetings, these bodies hold public meetings every month. They have to do all of their work in public, transparently. And there's an opportunity for community members to provide public comment and provide input into how they're making decisions. And so part of this year-round organizing that NGP does, part of the work that LDF does year-round, part of the work that so many organizations are doing is to equip folks with the information and the training that they need to be able to participate in these public meetings and be able to participate in their own governance, because that is critical. For us to be able to actually hold these folks accountable, we have to be watching them, we have to be telling them that they're either doing something wrong or they're doing something right.
So the last point I wanted to make is that you all have the power. So all of you all that are inside the room that are AUC students, you don't have to wait for us. Like, do not wait for us to come on campus to support any of the stuff y'all are doing. When you think about the campus that you all are on, there's history here. And so you all have that power to find issues that you all are passionate about and mobilize your campus. The same way of how election season comes up for the Mr. and Miss and all these different elected titles on campus, keep that same energy. And you all can build your organizations to come together to push change. And then you invite us to come support and elevate the work y'all are doing.
And we'll come. We'll come.
Let's celebrate our panel.
A little bit about LDF. The NAACP Legal Defense Fund began as the legal department of the NAACP. Since our separation in the mid-1950s, we have become America's premier legal organization fighting for civil rights and racial justice. Founded by Thurgood Marshall in 1940, LDF and its staff were the architects of the legal strategy behind Brown versus Board of Education. We continue to use litigation, political advocacy, education, and organizing, can't forget organizing, to protect the civil rights of all Americans in all areas of life.
This is me. So the LDF Archives was established in 2015 as part of the Thurgood Marshall Institute. And our team's role is to organize, preserve, and provide access to LDF records that have long-term value. And we're responsible for around 8,000 boxes of paper records and a few terabytes of digital files. So this is very much a long-term project. So we're staffed by archivists, librarians, and one lawyer, and our department is dedicated to leveraging the valuable information in our collections so that knowledge from the past can inform present-day research, learning, and organizing. As we've heard over and over today, the need for history to inform the current work. We also support LDF's mission overall by helping our colleagues to infuse historical context into so much of the work that they do. And our archives are not static or one-directional. We want to emphasize that. They're meant to be used and built upon by future generations.
Since our inception, LDF has always sought out the best, the brightest, the most dedicated and qualified individuals to work in service of our mission. As many people here may argue, and rightfully so, the best and brightest, many of them, come from Morehouse and Spelman colleges respectively. And so we just want to talk a little bit about our connection to Morehouse and Spelman College. And as we do this, I wanted to pause and ask some of the students here just to take a look around at the portraits that are on the wall. What you see is a little bit of gray hair. Black people do age gracefully, so not a lot of wrinkles, but maybe just a little bit of wrinkles, some long beards. But what you should think about is the fact that these individuals are not on the wall for what they did when they were 50 or 60 years old. They're on the wall because of what they did in their 20s and 30s and what they began to do right here on these campuses when they were in school. So first up, the Morehouse men. Dr. Benjamin E. Mays has been mentioned a few times today. He taught math at Morehouse from 1921 to 1924, and then served as president from 1940 to 1967. In 1944, Mays was represented by the Legal Defense Fund in an interstate transportation desegregation case where we sued the Southern Railway Company as they denied May's service in an all-white dining car. Next is Dr. John W. Davis, who graduated from Morehouse in 1911, back when it was known as Atlanta Baptist College. Dr. Davis then served as registrar and professor in chemistry and physics at Morehouse from 1911 to 1913. He would go on to help establish the Legal Defense Fund as a member of its board of directors in the 1940s. And he also served as special director of LDF's Teacher and Information and Security Program from 1955 to 1972. In this role, he administered LDF's scholarship programs for Black undergraduate, graduate, and professional students, seeding the South with much needed legal representation and counsel from these Black lawyers. While at LDF, Dr. Davis also worked on various issues related to teacher integration and employment, equalization of teacher salaries, and eliminating racist material from textbooks. We also have James Nabert Jr., who graduated from Morehouse in 1923. In the 40s and 50s, Nabert litigated many civil rights cases and argued before the US Supreme Court in Bowling versus Sharp, which of course was consolidated with the Brown versus Board cases. He also succeeded Dr. Mordecai W. Johnson, who graduated from Morehouse alongside Mays in 1911 as president of Howard University from 1960 to 1965. And now for the Spelman alumni. Judge Constance Baker Motley needs no introduction. In addition to writing the original complaint and appellate briefs for Brown versus Board of Education, she did a lot of work right here in Georgia. Motley represented students Hamilton Holmes and Charlene Hunter in their desegregation at the University of Georgia in 1959. What may not be as known is while this case was going on, Hamilton Holmes attended Morehouse College in 59 and 60 before the case was won. Motley also represented Dr. King as he was jailed and arrested during a protest in Americus, Georgia. Judge Motley has the distinction of having honorary degrees from both Morehouse and Spelman. The Spelman degree she received in 1979 as she gave the commencement speech that year. On to Marion Wright Edelman, who graduated from Spelman in 1960. While attending Spelman, she became a founding member of the SNCC-affiliated Committee on Appeal for Human Rights, alongside Morehouse graduate Julian Bond and other students from Morehouse and Spelman. She fought to desegregate several establishments right here in downtown Atlanta. Edelman was the first Black woman admitted to the Mississippi Bar, and as a member of LDF, Edelman would help open offices in Jackson, Mississippi, and played a pivotal role during Freedom Summer, leading a team of LDF lawyers that argued over 120 cases, ranging from defending welfare rights to demanding equal schools for Black children. Wright would go on to found the Children's Defense Fund, leading the charge to expand Head Start programs in healthcare for all children. Our final Spelman graduate is Miss Billy Suber Aaron. She was an educator at Spelman College and Morehouse College, and in 1976 joined LDF's Board of Directors. After 48 years of service, she now serves as LDF Board Director Emeritus. Her first husband, Samuel Woodrow Williams, was a Baptist minister and Morehouse professor of philosophy and religion who graduated from Morehouse in 1937. As many of you know, the pavilion here at Morehouse School of Medicine is named in her honor. Just want to talk a little bit about the importance of archival preservation and access to information. As archivists, we engage in historic preservation and memory work at a time when access to reliable information about the civil rights movement and the broader history of the United States is critically important to protecting our democracy. Now more than ever, we must look to counter efforts to suppress the truth about our collective history as Americans. Over the past 5 years, the Archives Department has been focused on expanding our capacity to better position ourselves in establishing new aspects of our work and preparing ourselves to make digitally accessible all of these records and information in hopes that we can remove barriers to public education about our nation's history. And so we are launching LDF Recollection, a civil rights archive. This is the culmination of this work, a website that satisfies what we believe is a critical need for accurate, engaging, comprehensive, and nuanced information about the legal fight for civil rights and racial justice. We hope that LDF recollection can be used to combat attempts to erase a fulsome and accurate depiction of American history from the classroom and from collective conversations about how to strengthen our democracy. LDF has been ever present in the fight for civil rights and racial justice for 85 years nearly. Preserving and sharing our history is a critical part of building power and agency for everyone. Though we stand here at the podium today, this is not meant to be a lecture, but instead a call to action for you and others to engage with this history and build upon it with your own experiences and perspective. This is not just a website or a tool that solely looks backwards, but a valuable resource that we can use to educate and propel ourselves forward to a more equitable and just democracy.
Sorry, we're not done yet. So whether you are reading Thurgood Marshall's brief in Smith v. Allwright, the 1944 landmark voting rights case that found all-white primary elections unconstitutional, or looking at a press release from the height of the civil rights movement of the 1960s describing Attorney Derek Bell's legal representation of the hundreds of freedom riders arrested in Mississippi, or listening to civil rights legends like James Ferguson share their personal memories of the Brown v. Board decision and how it shaped their own lives and careers. The archival material featured on LDF Recollection can provide deep context about some of the most pivotal moments in American history, as well as the lesser-known stories.
Though this website centers the legal records, oral history practices, and LDF institutional history, as well as many other aspects of scholarship, we want there to be no question. This website is about the ongoing struggle for civil rights in America and LDF's central role in that struggle. Our timeline will take users step by step, precedent by precedent, through incremental progress that has brought us to where we are today. Our contribution to the national discourse is significant because LDF is the sole repository of many of the materials in our archives, especially those that capture the role of the legal system and lawyers in some of the most significant events in American history. Perhaps most important is what this website reveals about the conditions and courage of civil rights icons like Dr. Martin Luther King and those in Black communities across the country, where ordinary people were willing to risk everything in the struggle for dignity and full citizenship. The name Recollection, a civil rights archive, has several layers. On its surface, eliminating the prefix, we can see a clear reference to the word collection, which obviously alludes to LDF's collection of archival records that this website is meant to showcase. Recollection can also be seen as an allusion to the significance of the archival practice, the aspects of which we sometimes refer to as memory work. No more poignant is that recall than when users see those memories come to life through the engaging narrative and oral history storytelling featured on the site. It is critical that we have access to this reliable information about our nation's fight for equality and justice. Recollection was created to be a tool so that we might be able to use the past to inform our present and envision a better future. Here on the right, we see two informational pamphlets from a case involving two LDF plaintiffs, Pitts and Lee, who are two Black men who served 12 years and 45 days of a life sentence for two murders that they did not commit. In fact, another person confessed to these murders just 3 years into their 12-year prison term served both by Pitts and Lee, and were arrested, Pitts and Lee, before the bodies were even found. Both were convicted by all-white juries. Even after the confession, the men were convicted again as the confession was ruled inadmissible in court. LDF eventually fought and won freedom for both of these men. It's stories like this held in our collections that say so much about America's past, present, and future, and illustrate why that recall, that very act of remembering, is so powerful. So let's dig a little bit deeper into civil rights history and see about how you can go about finding your own connection. Recollection, a Civil Rights Archive, is a unique resource preserving the legacy of the civil rights movement through legal documents, historical records, and historical records. Whether you're a student, an educator, a researcher, or a lifelong learner, this site is designed to offer you unparalleled access into some of the most influential legal cases, oral histories, civil rights records, spanning from 1940s to present day. as well as an accurate and comprehensive understanding of the legal fight for racial justice. At the heart of our website is simplicity and accessibility. Here on the homepage, you can see key sections to guide your journey up at the top in the navigation. If you want to explore cases like Thornburg versus Jingles or Chisholm versus Romer, our case collections section offers you a curated archive of court documents, transcripts, and analysis from each case. Our robust archive search feature allows you to dig deeper into decades of history, searching by case name, keyword, or even specific legal terms. With just a few clicks, you can uncover primary sources, including court documents, legal briefs, oral histories, and even personal correspondence that shaped these pivotal moments in history. For educators, we've developed a dedicated section filled with lessons plans, discussion guides, and interactive tools to bring these documents to life in your classrooms. Dive into the stories of those who fought tirelessly for justice and see how their legacies can continue to impact civil rights today.
Finally, Recollection contains recent in-depth oral history interviews with former LDF clients, attorneys, and local counsel. Our oral history project aims to document the humanity, the nuances, and the behind-the-scenes strategies that you won't find in a box of legal records. These firsthand accounts remind us that legal history is personal, that it's not just about the opinions written by judges. By sharing their memories and reflecting on the meaning of their lived experience, these civil rights elders and others inspire and inform the current struggle.
I think more than anything, really what we want people to walk away with is that this website is more than just a collection of documents. It's a gateway for learning about our shared history, informing our present, and envisioning a better future. We encourage you to begin your journey today by visiting ldfrecollection.org and discover your connection to our nation's shared history in the fight for civil rights and racial equity. Scan the QR code on the screen or simply go to the website ldfrecollection.org to find out more. Thank you.
Wow, I just want to take a moment again to thank the archives team and the Thurgood Marshall Institute. This was a really big moment to launch LDF Recollection, so thank you so much for all the hard work that went into that. I want to now just close out what has been a really powerful and impactful day. Thank you all so much for joining us, both in the room, all the students who came from class, to all of you who are watching online. I also want to lift up and thank our host and sponsors. So thank you again to the Morehouse College freshman and senior classes and the Office of the Provost. Thank you to the Morehouse-Spelman Pre-Law Society. Thank you to the LDF staff and to all of the students who made today possible. So while this marks the last event in our year-long commemoration of the 70th anniversary of Brown versus Board of Education, I think the presentations and the conversations that we had today hopefully mark only the beginning or a continuation of our collective call to be active stewards of the legacy and promise of Brown versus Board, because our future and our democracy depend on it.